7 signs that you are about to begin the best stage of your life. Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. If you've been feeling like something deep within you is shifting, this video might just be the confirmation you need. Today, we'll uncover 7 powerful signs that you're about to enter the best stage of your life. These aren't just moments of coincidence. They're messages from your higher self calling you to rise. As you watch, reflect on which signs resonate most with you. Have you experienced any of them recently? Drop a comment below and share your thoughts. Your story might be the spark someone else needs today. Sign 1. Questioning old truths. There comes a sacred moment in life when what once felt solid begins to shake, not because you're lost, but because you're finally being found. The comfort of old thoughts begins to crumble. Ideas that once made you feel secure now seem too small for the vastness of your expanding soul. What used to be guiding stars now flicker like fading embers. And this isn't a breakdown, it's a breakthrough. A gentle unraveling that begins with a quiet question. What if there's more? You're not rebelling, you're remembering. This shift arises not from anger or defiance, but from a profound stillness, an inner silence that whispers truth. You begin to realize that the identity you've worn was built more out of survival than authenticity. Your roles, achievements, even your dreams begin to feel like a mask over your essence. The mind resists, craving certainty and logic. But the soul wants something real, something free. Carl Jung described this as a symbolic death, the letting go of who you think you are, so you can become who you truly are. It's not destruction, it's purification. Your old goals start collapsing, your values shift like tectonic plates, and you may wonder if you're falling apart. But what's really happening is spiritual clarity. You're awakening. Everything not aligned with your true vibration is falling away. The life you built while half asleep simply cannot hold the wholeness of your fully awakened self. And yes, this process leaves you bare, exposed, vulnerable. But this isn't weakness. It's the raw power of rebirth. You're being called to walk without armor, to feel deeply, and to lead from intuition instead of performance. This is when the law of attraction begins to magnetize your life in new ways. Not because you're thinking differently, but because your energy is rising even when your emotions feel heavy. You are aligning not with the mind's logic, but with the soul's vibration. On some days, this transformation may feel like madness. But this isn't insanity, it's initiation. Your soul is rewriting its agreement with life. You're done settling for stories that shrink your spirit. You're choosing authenticity over approval. You're letting go of fear-based patterns to live in spiritual alignment. And it's in that space between what's falling away and what's being born that the best stage of your life quietly begins. This is a holy moment, painful, uncertain, but sacred. Because within every unraveling lies divine potential. Within every collapse is a seed of truth. You are not being destroyed, you are being refined. This next chapter of your life won't come from striving to build a better image. It will come from shedding everything that isn't you. You are not falling apart. You are falling into alignment, into truth, into freedom. If you feel this shift, if you sense the sacred invitation beneath your discomfort, declare it now. Comment below. I release old truths to awaken my real self. Let this be more than a comment. Let it be your personal vow to step into the fullness of who you were always meant to be. Sign 2. Reevaluating meaning. There comes a moment when everything you once thought mattered no longer does. The titles you strived for, the shiny accolades that once filled you with pride, now feel distant, like echoes of a version of you that no longer feels real. The applause that used to validate your worth feels empty. But here's the truth. This isn't a loss. It's a transformation. Something within you is awakening something deeper, more authentic. You've stopped chasing the surface-level symbols of success. You've started asking the real questions. What actually fulfills me? What does it mean to live a life that feels alive from the inside out? These aren't signs of confusion. These are signs of growth. Your soul is no longer satisfied with appearances. It longs for depth, truth, and alignment. This inner longing is not the beginning of a breakdown. It's the start of your breakthrough. You may not realize it at first, because this shift rarely begins with fireworks. It starts quietly. Maybe you notice you're no longer drawn to the same conversations or the same entertainment. Things that used to amuse you now feel trivial. Shallow friendships feel draining. And then there's that persistent voice inside whispering, there's something more. Carl Jung captured this shift perfectly. Thoroughly unprepared, we take the step into the afternoon of life. But we cannot live the afternoon according to the program of life's morning. You've outgrown your morning self. You are stepping into your afternoon, a phase not of decline, but of discovery. What once sustained you now feels like empty calories. You're hungry for purpose. You don't just want to exist. You want to feel. You want to matter. You want to come alive from the inside. As this inner change unfolds, something else starts to happen. People begin to fall away. Not out of conflict, but out of misalignment. You may notice certain friendships fading, interactions feeling forced, or old circles no longer resonating. Don't panic. This isn't rejection, it's redirection. When your energy shifts, when your vibration rises, the universe gently removes what no longer matches your frequency. It's not cruelty, it's sacred pruning. It's making space. Space for new connections, for soul-aligned relationships, people who won't need explanations, people who feel like home. And yes, this transition can feel lonely. Growth often does. But don't mistake loneliness for emptiness. This space you're in is profoundly sacred. Without distractions, without the noise of others' expectations, you finally meet the most important person in your life, you. You start to realize that peace was never hiding in the applause or in others' approval. It was always within you, waiting quietly. Now, you're still enough to hear it. You stop chasing, and you start aligning. You stop performing, and you begin being. The world may not fully understand this new you, and that's okay. You no longer live for the world's validation. You no longer seek permission to follow your soul. There is an unshakable power in this new awareness. This sacred space of knowing, of surrender, of soulful clarity is the beginning of the best stage of your life. Not because everything around you is perfect, but because everything within you is finally true. If these words resonate with where you are in your journey, I invite you to affirm it. Comment below. I trust my inner compass is guiding me to true fulfillment. Let this be your declaration. Let your soul know you're listening. Sign 3. awakening of intuition. There comes a moment in your life when something begins to shift, not around you, but within you. You feel it quietly at first, a subtle urge to stop explaining yourself, a gentle release of the need to rationalize every decision. That internal voice you once ignored now starts to carry weight. It's not louder, but it's clearer. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens." This, dear soul, is the beginning of that awakening. You are no longer guided by noise or social expectations, but by an invisible compass aligned with your soul's truth. You start choosing from resonance, not resistance. You're drawn to people, places, and paths, not because they make sense on paper, but because they feel right. There's no spreadsheet to justify it, just a quiet tug in your chest, a calming lightness in your body, or even a tightness that tells you something is off. These are no longer random feelings. They are divine data messages from your higher self. You are learning to live from your energy, not just your intellect. From your soul, not survival. Your awareness sharpens. You begin to notice what isn't said just as much as what is. You feel the energy in a room before anyone speaks. You can sense misalignment without needing proof. You may not be able to explain it, but you know. And now, finally, you trust that knowing. You stop outsourcing your clarity. The opinions of others lose their grip on your choices. Why? Because no one else carries the sacred blueprint of your soul. As this inner knowing deepens, something magical unfolds. Life starts to feel less like a battle and more like a dance. Intuition becomes your sacred translator, bridging the gap between your human experience and your divine path. You stop chasing. Instead, you attract. Opportunities, people, and blessings find you not because you're forcing outcomes, but because you're aligned. That alignment becomes magnetic. And yes, it changes everything. The soul doesn't speak in logic. It whispers in symbols, gut feelings, dreams, and signs. And when you allow yourself to hear it, to really listen, you begin to realize you've never been walking alone. There has always been a quiet intelligence beside you. It speaks through silence, through stillness, and through that recurring thought you keep brushing aside. It's the whisper that says, "This is not your path," even when the world claps for it. It's the nudge that pulls you back when you're about to settle for less than your truth. In this state of inner attunement, clarity feels different. It's no longer something you calculate. It's something you sense. You no longer rush to answer or to act. You pause not out of fear, but out of reverence. And when the answer rises, it does so with peace, not excitement, not urgency, just a grounded, calm knowing. That peace is your soul's yes. The more you honor this truth, the more your energy transforms. You stop pretending you don't know what you know. You stop entertaining confusion. You stop forcing what clearly doesn't flow. You allow your awareness to become a quiet fire, burning away the illusions and revealing your truest self unapologetically, boldly. That clarity, that truth, doesn't need to be explained to others. It only needs to be trusted by you. So if something inside you is stirring, if these words feel like a mirror held up to your soul, then this message is for you. You're not crazy. You're not lost. You're just finally listening. Trust that voice. Walk your path. And remember, your inner wisdom is not a myth. It is your most reliable compass. As Carl Jung taught, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. So if this spoke to your heart, stay connected, Follow that nudge. Subscribe for more spiritual wisdom to support your awakening. Because your best stage is not coming from the outside, it's rising from within you. Sign 4. Awakening of intuition. Something within you begins to shift. You no longer feel the need to explain every decision with logic or justify your instincts with evidence. A quiet, inner voice grows louder, not in volume, but in clarity. What once seemed like subtle hunches now speak like sacred instructions. This is the beginning of your intuition awakening. It doesn't shout. It doesn't force yet somehow. It overrides the noise of the world. When you start living from this place, you are no longer navigating life through external maps. You are being led by an inner compass that aligns with divine truth. You begin to make choices not from fear or pressure, but from resonance. You feel drawn to certain people, places, or opportunities without always knowing why. There is no spreadsheet that explains it, no checklist that validates it, but your body knows, your spirit knows. That pull in your chest, that tightening in your stomach, that lightness when something feels right, all of it becomes data in a new kind of wisdom system. One rooted in energy, not intellect. One guided by spirit, not survival. You notice that your sensitivity to subtle cues increases. The words people don't say begin to matter as much as the ones they do. You sense energy shifts in rooms. You detect misalignment without needing confrontation. You begin to feel when something is off, even if it appears perfect on the surface. And instead of second-guessing yourself, you honor that awareness. You stop outsourcing your decisions to others. You realize that no one outside of you has access to the blueprint written in your soul. The advice of others, once helpful, now feels like background noise compared to the rich, vibrating truth within you. The soul does not speak in linear language. It speaks in symbols, sensations, and sacred silence. Intuition becomes the translator between your human self and your divine path. The more you trust it, the more magnetic your life becomes. People, events, and synchronicities begin to flow into your world not because you're chasing them, but because you're aligned with your essence. And that alignment is powerful. It reorders your reality. You begin to see how trusting your inner knowing opens doors you didn't even know existed. This awakening is a reunion with your own inner wisdom. You realize you've never truly been alone. There's always been a quiet intelligence walking with you. It speaks through the pauses, the stillness, the dreams that won't leave you. It's the voice that says, "This is not your path," even when everyone else says it is. It's the force that gently but firmly redirects you when you try to settle for less than you deserve. It is the truth of who you are, unshaken, untamed, and deeply connected to divine guidance. In this state, clarity becomes a feeling, not a conclusion. You stop analyzing so much and start listening more. You pause before making decisions, not out of hesitation, but reverence. You allow space for the answer to rise from within. And when it does, it comes with peace. Not excitement, not adrenaline. Peace. That calm knowing is the marker of your new path. It is how your soul says yes. As this intuitive power deepens, your energy changes. You no longer entertain confusion. You no longer force what doesn't flow. You no longer pretend you don't know what you know. You stand in the quiet fire of your awareness and let it burn away anything false. And in its place, your truth rises, fully, clearly, unapologetically. This is the language of your next chapter, one that doesn't demand to be understood by others, one that only needs to be trusted by you. If this message awakens something within you, follow your inner guidance and subscribe for more spiritual insights on trusting your intuition and living from your soul. Your inner wisdom is speaking. Don't ignore it. Sign 5. Longing for true growth. A sacred fire begins to rise inside of you, and it's not the kind that seeks applause or shallow improvement. It's a deep yearning for true transformation. You're no longer satisfied with cosmetic changes or motivational fluff. You want the real thing. This longing isn't about adding new layers to your identity, but peeling them away. You're not interested in becoming someone else. You're finally ready to return to who you've always been. What stirs in you now is a hunger for expansion that goes far beyond the surface. You're beginning to feel that growth is not about accumulation, but remembrance. The kind of growth you're entering doesn't feel glamorous. In fact, it often feels raw and quiet. You start seeking wisdom instead of validation. You begin to look at your wounds not as scars to hide, but as sacred symbols of survival and initiation. Your trauma no longer defines you. Instead, it refines you. The more you understand your pain, the more you see how every difficult moment has shaped the soul you carry now. You no longer chase healing as a way to fix yourself. Instead, you see healing as a path to integrate the truth of who you are. Carl Jung wrote, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." You understand this now in your bones. You don't want to escape your shadow. You want to work with it. In this season, everything starts shifting. You stop asking, "What can I achieve?" and start asking, "What can I release?" You stop performing. You stop pretending. You stop over-explaining yourself to people who were never meant to understand you. You feel an inner shedding, like autumn trees letting go of their leaves, not because they are dying, but because they are preparing for a stronger bloom. The same is true for you. You are shedding old roles, outdated beliefs, and false versions of yourself that were created only to survive in a world that didn't see your essence. Now, your soul is done surviving. It wants to live. And that living begins with purpose. Not the kind that's broadcast for status or praise, but the kind that anchors you in peace and pulls you toward meaningful impact. You no longer ask, "How can I succeed?" but rather, "What am I here to serve?" You begin to feel the quiet certainty that your mission is sacred. It may not make sense to others, and it may not follow a linear path, but it feels right. You don't need a map. You have a compass now. That compass is your inner alignment. That is the true north of your soul. Take, for example, a man who spent 15 years building a career in finance. He had the house, the car, the reputation, but he was deeply empty. One day, while volunteering at a local shelter, he realized something. Helping others brought him more joy in one day than his entire career had in years. He eventually left his high-paying job to create a program that helps at-risk youth learn financial literacy and emotional resilience. He didn't just change careers. He remembered who he was. That moment of awakening wasn't an accident. It was the sacred fire answering his inner longing. This is what your soul is craving. Not more, but less. Not noise, but truth. Not performance, but presence. As the layers fall away, what remains is real. What remains is holy. You are not here to decorate the cage. You are here to fly out of it. And that flight begins when you trust the call for authentic growth. This stage of your life won't be about chasing what you should be. It will be about surrendering to what you already are. Growth is remembering. Growth is releasing. Growth is returning. And the longing you feel right now, it's sacred. It means your best stage is already unfolding right here, right now. Now close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the fire of true growth within you. You are not here to perform, you are here to become. Repeat after me. I release who I am not. I remember who I truly am. Let this be your sacred affirmation. Sign 6. Detachment from the old. You begin to feel a quiet shift, one that doesn't announce itself loudly, but moves through your life like a soft breeze clearing the dust. People, habits, and even dreams that once held weight in your heart begin to feel distant, like echoes of an old version of yourself. But this detachment isn't born of resentment. It isn't cold. It's clarity. What once consumed your emotions no longer holds power because you've outgrown it. The conversations that once excited you now feel draining. The routines you used to cling to for comfort feel limiting. It's not because life is becoming empty. It's because your soul is expanding, and anything that doesn't match your new frequency naturally fades. You start noticing how familiar things lose their meaning. The comfort of the known gives way to the pull of the unknown. And it's not a loss, it's a sacred subtraction. Just like a tree releases its leaves in autumn, you're being prepared for a deeper blooming. You are not being stripped down to suffer, but to make space. There is no need to force things to stay when your spirit is ready to rise. You sense this. What's being removed is not punishment, it's alignment. It's the universe saying, this no longer serves the next version of you. And somewhere deep inside, you know it's true. There's a peace in this process that others might not understand. They may ask why you're pulling back, why you seem distant, why you're no longer invested in what once defined you. But you are not escaping. You're returning. You are not avoiding life. You're re-entering it from your truth. You are no longer chasing approval or belonging from places that never saw your soul. The need to explain, to fix, to hold on, it's all dissolving. And in that empty space, something sacred is forming. It's not about abandonment, it's about rebirth. Your detachment is an invitation to rebuild with intention, to connect from wholeness, to walk forward with lightness. The heaviness you once carried was not yours to hold forever. Now, you choose peace over pressure, silence over chaos, depth over performance. This is your soul's way of saying, I'm ready. And it happens not in one loud moment, but in many small ones. When you say no without guilt, when you walk away without needing to be understood, when you finally honor what feels right, even if no one claps for it. The best stage of your life isn't marked by external success, it's marked by internal alignment. And detachment from the old is not an ending, but the sacred beginning. What falls away now is not a loss, it's liberation. You are not less than you were. You are becoming more of who you truly are. To affirm your release of what no longer serves you, declare your freedom. Comment below. I choose alignment. To honor your journey back to your true self and inspire others to embrace sacred detachment with peace and clarity. Sign 7. Releasing toxic ties. You no longer feel at home in the places you used to, and the people you once tolerated now leave you feeling drained, uneasy, and disconnected. That's not just discomfort, it's evolution. You're beginning to see with clearer eyes. Toxic ties, whether they come disguised as friendships, family expectations, romantic entanglements, or even internal habits, no longer hold power over you. What used to feel familiar now feels foreign. What used to feel necessary now feels like a weight you can no longer carry. And this shift isn't something you can explain to others who haven't begun their own transformation. It's something you feel in your body, in your spirit, in your silence. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." That pain you feel when releasing what once felt so intertwined with your identity is not punishment. It is purification. You are not rejecting anyone. You are finally choosing yourself. What you're letting go of is not love. It's obligation masquerading as loyalty, comfort built on your self-abandonment, closeness built on trauma bonds. The truth is, the most sacred act of self-love is to stop dancing with what makes your spirit shrink. This isn't the kind of transformation that makes a loud announcement. It arrives quietly. You may start declining invitations, distancing yourself from familiar voices, or sitting in the stillness of your own company. You may start journaling your truths instead of arguing them. You may find your nervous system relaxing around people who expect nothing but your presence. These are all signs that you are returning to your natural rhythm. Your body knows. Your intuition knows. The release is the evidence. As you create this space, something divine begins to happen. You attract new energies, people who see you without projecting onto you, who speak the same unspoken spiritual language, who understand the value of silence, depth, and authenticity. They don't drain you. They mirror your peace. They honor your path. And when they appear, you won't feel the need to explain yourself, to filter, or to shrink. You'll just know. This is resonance, not resistance. This is flow, not force. Still, the shedding will come with grief. You'll grieve the parts of yourself that tolerated too much. You'll grieve the dreams you had with people who couldn't come with you. You'll grieve the false peace of pleasing others. But that grief is sacred. Let it come. Let it wash through you. Because on the other side of it is a quiet joy, a freedom you've never tasted before, a new chapter that doesn't require pain to prove your worth. When you stop clinging to toxic patterns, you stop delaying your blessings. When you reclaim your energy, you create space for divine alignment. This is not just about walking away. It's about walking towards something higher, your healing, your truth, your real life. Not the one shaped by old wounds, but the one designed by your soul. And the moment you choose that, everything begins to change. Not all at once, but beautifully, surely, and with power. If this message resonates with your heart, repeat after me. I release what no longer serves me. I reclaim my energy. I trust the new connections aligning with my truth. Type it in the comments to affirm your breakthrough, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more soul-aligned wisdom. As you reflect on these 7 signs, remember, your soul always knows when a new chapter is about to begin. Even if the path feels uncertain, trust that something extraordinary is unfolding. You are being prepared for the best stage of your life, not by chance, but by divine design. If this message resonated with you, help us spread the light. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And be sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that guide your journey of awakening and transformation. Your best days are not behind you. They're just beginning. The Kybalion hides the laws that control reality. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Zen proverb. This ancient truth perfectly reflects the hidden power of the Kybalion, a book that reveals the invisible laws silently shaping our lives, thoughts, and reality itself. These principles aren't just mystical ideas. They are tools for transformation. If you've ever felt like there's more to life than what you've been told, then maybe, just maybe, you're ready to see what most people miss. As you watch, ask yourself, how would your life change if you truly understood how reality works beneath the surface? Comment below with your thoughts, and let's explore these sacred truths together. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where ancient knowledge meets your personal awakening. 1. Everything is mind. The world you see isn't what it appears to be. What seems solid, fixed, and external is, at its core, a projection of something far more subtle, your mind. According to Hermetic wisdom, everything is mind. The entire universe is mental. This isn't a metaphor. It's a law. Reality itself begins not in atoms or matter, but in thought. What you feel, what you experience, what shows up in your life, all stem from your inner world, vibrating and unfolding as your personal reality. Your mind is not just a quiet observer sitting in the background. It is the source, the generator, the architect of everything. Every circumstance you face, every emotion you carry, every person you meet is connected to the vibration of your thoughts. You are not just moving through life, you are projecting it outward like a movie from the reel of your subconscious. Change the film, and you change the story. Alter your thoughts, and the entire screen of reality responds. This is the power hidden in plain sight. Most people think they're reacting to life when they're actually responding to the echo of their own beliefs. A chaotic mind manifests a chaotic world. A mind filled with fear attracts more reasons to fear. But a mind that is centered, aware, and aligned with truth begins to see clarity, peace, and synchronicity unfold. The mirror of reality never lies. It only reflects. Trying to fix the world while ignoring the mind is like wiping a mirror, hoping it changes your face. It doesn't work. The outer is simply the consequence of the inner. The Kybalion reminds us, the all is mind, the universe is mental. This is not a theory. It is the blueprint beneath all things. And when you understand it, you realize you are never truly stuck. The key to change isn't outside of you. It's always been within. Energy follows thought. Attention brings manifestation. The clearer and more intentional your inner world becomes, the more harmonious your outer world reflects it. You begin to attract relationships that mirror your growth, opportunities that match your frequency, and peace that doesn't depend on conditions. You stop waiting and start creating consciously, powerfully, and in alignment with the laws that govern the invisible. To master this law is to reclaim the authorship of your life. It doesn't require force, it requires awareness. You don't need to fight the shadows outside. You simply turn on the light within. And when your inner vibration shifts, the universe has no choice but to follow. Because everything is mind, and the mind is where all true power begins. If you're ready to take full responsibility for your reality and harness the true power of your mind, comment below, I create my reality. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Your journey to conscious creation starts here. 2. The universe operates by invisible laws. Life isn't random. Everything you experience, your thoughts, emotions, circumstances unfolds according to 7 hermetic laws: mentalism, correspondence, vibration, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, and gender. These principles are not abstract theories. They are the invisible architecture of the universe. They operate on every level: physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Whether or not you're conscious of them, they shape your reality every second of the day. The law of mentalism reveals that all is mind. Reality begins in thought. Everything you see around you was once an idea. The house you live in, the phone you use, even the life you're living at all started in the realm of mind. What you hold in your inner world, you project onto the outer world. If your thoughts are clouded by fear, lack, or self-doubt, your reality will echo those frequencies. But if you discipline your mind to dwell in clarity, truth, and intention, your life begins to shift in extraordinary ways. The law of correspondence teaches that the patterns in your inner world are mirrored in your outer world. As within, so without. When you're overwhelmed, anxious, or disconnected inside, your external life becomes chaotic, disordered, and full of friction. But when you center yourself through reflection, healing, or meditation, you begin to notice your environment responding to that harmony. The way people speak to you changes. Opportunities begin to open. Life becomes less of a struggle and more of a flow. The law of vibration reminds you that everything is energy. Nothing is still. Every object, every emotion, every thought vibrates at a specific frequency. Gratitude, love, joy. These emotions vibrate higher than fear, shame, or guilt. When you live in a low vibrational state, you attract more of the same. Raise your frequency, and you begin to magnetize people, experiences, and outcomes that reflect your elevated state. Polarity is the principle that everything has its opposite: light and darkness, peace and chaos, love and hate. They're not separate, but rather different degrees of the same thing. By understanding this, you stop labeling experiences as good or bad. Instead, you begin to transmute one into the other. You realize that heartbreak contains the seed of transformation, that fear can be turned into fuel. This is how you reclaim your power, not by resisting polarity, but by learning to work with it. The law of rhythm reveals that life moves in cycles. Just like the tides rise and fall, your energy, emotions, and circumstances follow patterns. There will be seasons of growth and seasons of stillness, moments of clarity and moments of confusion. But rhythm teaches you that no phase is permanent. You learn to trust the wave. You learn that downturns are not punishments, but setups for your next rise. Cause and effect states that nothing happens without a cause. Your current reality is the result of previous thoughts, decisions, and actions. There are no coincidences, only consequences. If you want to shift your life, you must shift your input. That means taking responsibility for what you think, say, do, and allow. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "What am I creating?" The law of gender says that everything has both masculine and feminine principles. This isn't about gender roles. It's about the creative forces within you. The masculine initiates, directs, and acts. The feminine receives, nurtures, and brings forth. True balance comes when these energies work together. You stop chasing everything, and instead, you learn when to act and when to allow, when to speak, and when to listen. These 7 laws are not ancient relics. They are the keys to a conscious life. When you align with them, you stop living by chance and start living by choice. Your mind becomes the architect, your emotions become signals, and your reality becomes a reflection of your inner mastery. This is how you break free, not by changing the world outside you, but by transforming the world within you. Are you ready to align with the hidden laws that shape your reality? If so, comment below. I live by universal law, to declare your commitment to conscious transformation. 3. Your inner world creates your outer world. What you think, feel, and believe doesn't stay locked inside you. It becomes the very frequency you radiate. And that frequency acts like a magnet, pulling toward you people, situations, and outcomes that match it. This is not fantasy. This is law. The Hermetic principle of correspondence teaches, as within, so without. Your inner world is not separate from your outer world. It is the blueprint. Every emotion you carry sends out a vibration. Gratitude hums at a high frequency, drawing in peace, abundance, and joy. Fear, resentment, and anxiety operate at a lower frequency, attracting delay, conflict, and limitation. Nothing in your life is random. Everything is vibrating your thoughts, your words, your beliefs, and each vibration becomes a cause that sets unseen forces into motion. This is where the law of cause and effect comes alive. Everything that appears in your life is the fruit of seeds planted sometimes recently, sometimes long ago. That moment you said, "I'll never be good enough," that quiet belief that love always leaves, that repeated inner voice saying money is hard, those thoughts are not just passing clouds, they are commands, and reality, as if obeying a silent script, begins to reflect them back. You may not see the link right away. A thought today might ripple into an event months later, but cause and effect is never broken. The universe is listening more to your energy than your words. So if your mouth says, "I want success," but your energy says, "I'm afraid of failure," you'll attract more delay than triumph. Cycles repeat because energy repeats, and energy repeats because thoughts are recycled. Unconscious fears, left unexamined, become self-fulfilling prophecies. Old beliefs become patterns. Patterns become identity, and identity becomes destiny unless interrupted. The interruption begins with awareness. When you become the observer of your mind instead of its prisoner, you regain choice. You can choose what you dwell on. You can elevate what you feel. You can plant new thoughts, ones that carry frequencies of expansion, courage, and love. And those frequencies will call back experiences aligned with them. You don't need to fix the outer world. You need to tune your inner one. If reality is a mirror, then your life isn't happening to you. It's happening through you. The seeds are in your hands. And the moment you change what you sow, what you reap must follow. Do you believe your inner world shapes your outer reality? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. I align my thoughts with truth and power. Let the universe know you're ready to shift from within. 4. You are not your mind. You are the conscious observer. You are not your fears, your doubts, or the endless stream of thoughts racing through your head. You are not the internal monologue that criticizes, judges, compares, and worries. You are the one who sees all of this happening. You are the conscious observer, still awareness behind the noise. The moment you begin to recognize this is the moment you take your first step toward true power. You move from being trapped in unconscious reaction to consciously responding to life, from letting reality happen to you to shaping it from within. This is the foundation of all spiritual mastery, and it's the message buried deep within the Kybalion, a book that whispers the secret laws that control reality to those ready to listen. The Kybalion teaches that the all is mind. This means that everything you experience originates in consciousness. Your mind is not just a receiver of life, it is the projector. The world around you is a mirror reflecting the dominant frequency of your thoughts. Yet most people live in autopilot, believing every anxious thought, every limiting belief, as if it were the truth. They don't realize that their suffering isn't caused by external events, but by how their minds interpret those events. When you stop identifying with your mind and begin observing it, you unlock the power to shift your frequency and rewrite your experience of reality. This is not an abstract idea. It's a practical shift. Think of your thoughts as clouds passing through the sky. You are not the clouds. You are the sky. When a thought arises, "I'm not good enough. This will never work. They don't love me," you don't have to believe it. You can pause, watch, and choose something higher. That space between the thought and your reaction is where transformation begins. It's the moment you go from being programmed to being present. The Hermetic laws, hidden in the Kybalion, remind us that the universe responds not to what we say, but to the vibration we carry. The law of vibration teaches that everything moves, everything vibrates, and the frequency you hold attracts experiences that match it. If your mind is spinning in fear and lack, that is what your life will reflect. But when you rise above those frequencies, when you observe your thoughts without becoming them, you begin to vibrate from a higher state: clarity, peace, and inner power. Mastery begins when you stop running from your mind and start mastering it. You realize that your thoughts are tools, not truths. They are patterns shaped by memory, culture, and past pain, but they are not you. The Kybalion says, to change your mood or mental state, change your vibration. This is more than just positive thinking. It's vibrational alignment. You start to choose the inner state you want to live from, rather than being dragged around by the chaos of untrained thoughts. The world doesn't need more people on autopilot. It needs awakened observers. People who can rise above the storm of the mind and consciously shape their lives from a place of awareness. You are that person. Not because of anything external, but because the moment you witness your mind instead of merging with it, you become sovereign. And in that sovereignty, everything changes. Stay connected to your true self by subscribing to our channel. Here, we explore the power of conscious awareness and support each other in breaking free from mental patterns. Remember, you are not your thoughts. You are the observer, capable of choosing peace, clarity, and purpose. 5. Life moves in rhythmic cycles. Progress isn't a straight road. It moves like a wave, rising and falling, always in motion. The Kybalion teaches us through the law of rhythm that everything in existence follows cycles, up and down, inward and outward, expansion and contraction. Just like tides return to the shore, and just like seasons revolve from spring to winter and back again, your life also flows through predictable, energetic patterns. What you once saw as failure or repetition is actually part of a sacred spiral, a return not to the same place, but to a higher version of it. You don't face old wounds because you've regressed. You face them because now you are stronger. You're prepared to meet them with more wisdom, more maturity, more presence. Everything flows, out and in. Everything has its tides. All things rise and fall, the Kabbalion reminds us. This isn't just a quote from an old mystical text. It's a mirror reflecting your own journey. When things fall apart, when your energy dips, or your emotions resurface, it doesn't mean you're broken. It means the pendulum has swung, and it will swing back. Understanding this law allows you to stop panicking in the low moments and stop clinging in the high ones. You begin to trust the process, to respect the timing, to know that the low is not a punishment, it's preparation. It's part of the rhythm of expansion. Think of someone who worked hard to overcome anxiety therapy, meditation, personal growth, and finally felt free. Then one day, without warning, the anxiety returns. Most people would see this as failure, but if they understood the law of rhythm, they'd see it as a revisit with purpose. This new wave isn't here to destroy progress. It's here to test it, to deepen it, to strengthen roots that were already planted. The universe doesn't send us backward. It brings us inward. Every return is an invitation to heal at a higher octave. When you realize that rhythm governs your emotions, your relationships, even your opportunities, you stop trying to force linear progress. You begin to align with a deeper intelligence that already knows when to pull and when to release. You learn to move with grace, to rest without guilt, to rise without arrogance. The low points become sacred pauses. The highs become humble gifts. Nothing is wasted. Everything is part of the spiral that lifts you closer to your higher self. You don't grow by avoiding the cycles. You grow by mastering your presence inside them. Let go of the need to constantly climb. Instead, trust the wave. Let the rhythm teach you. Let the spiral carry you. Because once you do, you stop surviving life, you start flowing with it. If this message resonates with your soul, leave a comment of trust. I embrace the rhythm of life. I am growing through every season. Let this be your declaration as you rise, again and again, with greater wisdom each time. 6. Transformation is inner alchemy. You are not meant to destroy fear, sadness, or anger. These emotions are not enemies. They are energy, and energy doesn't die. It transforms. This is the art of inner alchemy, the sacred science of transmutation taught in Hermetic wisdom. When you feel anger, you're not supposed to suppress it or explode with it. Instead, you shift it. That energy, when elevated, becomes courage. Fear, when lifted to a higher frequency, becomes grounded presence. Sadness, when seen through the eyes of truth, becomes insight. This is not fantasy. This is vibration at work. Everything vibrates. Nothing is still. And when you understand this, you no longer need to fight your emotions. You simply change their frequency. Polarity tells us that opposites are the same in nature, only different in degree. Fear and faith are not enemies. They are ends of the same pole. The same is true for sadness and wisdom, for anger and strength, for doubt and clarity. Every negative state has a positive twin waiting to be revealed. You move between them, not through force, but through awareness. The Kabbalion says, to change your mood or mental state, change your vibration. You're not broken. You're just vibrating at a certain level. And vibration can always be raised. When a storm rises inside you, instead of trying to silence it, feel into it and listen. Ask what this emotion is trying to show you. Emotions are messengers, not problems. They carry encoded wisdom, and when you honor them, they evolve. This is the silent miracle of inner alchemy, turning emotional lead into spiritual gold. You begin to realize that transformation isn't about escaping your darkness. It's about holding your darkness in so much light that it melts into truth. This is why the Hermetic path is not about denial or suppression. It's about mastery. You become the alchemist of your own reality, the one who knows how to turn inner chaos into inner clarity. This is the secret hidden behind the ancient words. The laws that control reality don't exist outside of you. They operate within your thoughts, your choices, your emotional vibrations. So you don't need to wait for a new life. You don't need a miracle to come from outside. The miracle is already inside you, waiting to be activated through alignment with these laws. Once you understand that your inner state creates your outer experience, you stop being a victim of circumstance and become a creator of reality. And that's the power the world never taught you, because almost no one is ready for it. But now, you are. To affirm your commitment to the path of inner alchemy, declare your transformation. Comment below, "I choose to transmute my energy," and let others be inspired by your journey of conscious elevation. 7. Real power comes from alignment, not control. You don't control the universe, you align with it. This is the foundation of all true power. The more you try to force, the more resistance you create. But the moment you let go of control and begin to harmonize with the natural rhythm of life, you enter into a state of alignment. Life is not a random series of events. It is a symbolic, intelligent dance filled with messages, mirrors, and meaning. Every moment carries guidance, and the universe is always speaking to those who have the awareness to listen. Living as an initiate means becoming fluent in this language. You stop reacting blindly, and instead, you start seeing the deeper patterns at play. When you begin aligning with the universal laws, synchronicity becomes normal. Doors open, people show up, ideas arrive with precision. You no longer chase life, it meets you where you are. That's not magic, that's alignment. The Kybalion teaches that as above, so below, as within, so without. This isn't philosophy, it's mechanics. The outer world is a reflection of your inner state. You cannot create peace externally while hosting chaos internally. True transformation starts with vibrational alignment, when your thoughts, emotions, and actions are in harmony with truth, clarity, and purpose. The law of rhythm reminds us that everything flows. There are tides, seasons, and cycles in all things. You don't escape the low moments, but you stop fearing them. You realize the dip is part of the rise. The initiate knows that energy moves in waves, and instead of resisting the downswings, they learn to rest, reflect, and prepare for the return of momentum. This is where personal power matures not in domination, but in awareness. Not in forcing, but in trusting. Trying to control reality is like trying to sculpt the ocean with your bare hands. It slips away the harder you press. But when you align with universal laws, you begin to move with grace. Even modern science echoes this truth. Everything is energy. Frequency is reality. And frequency is shaped by your state of being, your emotions, your focus, your presence. That's why the universe doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to who you are. That's why control fails and alignment succeeds. You become magnetic, not by pushing, but by resonating. There comes a point when you realize that the universe isn't against you. It's waiting for you to attune to its rhythm. The initiate doesn't demand, they observe. They decode the signs. They respond with intention. They walk in sync with the deeper order. This is where real power lives, not in manipulation, but in knowing. Not in domination, but in attunement. Not in force, but in flow. If you're ready to stop forcing and start flowing, type in the comments, "I align with the universe." Let this be your declaration of inner power and harmony. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the hidden wisdom of the Kybalion, a book that doesn't just inform, but transforms. The laws it reveals aren't just theories, they are forces shaping your everyday reality, whether you recognize them or not. As you reflect on what you've heard, ask yourself, what unseen laws have been guiding your life? And more importantly, how will you begin to align with them consciously? If this awakens something in you, don't keep it to yourself. Like this video, share it with someone ready to see beyond the surface, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more truth that empowers the soul. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss what's coming next, because reality only changes when you do. Eight signs that someone close to you secretly hates you. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt a strange twist in your gut when someone complimented you? As if their words didn't match the energy behind them? That's not paranoia. It's your intuition sensing the shadow self that Jung spoke of. The hidden envy, resentment, and secret competition masked by fake smiles. In today's video on Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 8 subtle signs that someone close to you may secretly hate you. These insights aren't just warnings, they're keys to self-protection and emotional clarity. Have you ever experienced this before? Drop your story or thoughts in the comments. We're here to grow and awaken together. Chapter 1. Sarcasm as contempt. When someone close to you constantly masks cruelty as comedy, it's not affection, it's contempt. Sarcasm, when used as a weapon, is one of the most overlooked signs of hidden hostility. These are not harmless jokes. They are precision attacks disguised as playfulness, aimed directly at your insecurities. The words may sound light, but the impact is heavy. You laugh along, but deep down, your soul feels a sting it cannot ignore. The phrase, "it was just a joke," becomes a recurring shield they hide behind. Every time you wince or shrink, they pull it out like a get-out-of-jail-free card. But these jokes always seem to land where you're most vulnerable. Your appearance, your ambitions, your values. It's not random, it's targeted. And when the humor consistently makes you feel small, anxious, or ashamed, that's no accident. It's emotional manipulation. Their sarcasm is a quiet way of controlling the emotional climate, of keeping you off balance without ever getting their hands dirty. Carl Jung taught us about the shadow, the unconscious parts of ourselves we deny and project onto others. Sarcastic jabs often reveal more about the one delivering them than the one receiving them. Behind every joke that cuts too deep lies suppressed envy, insecurity, or resentment. Instead of confronting those emotions within themselves, these individuals direct them at you. And because it's wrapped in humor, you're made to feel guilty for noticing, as if your discomfort is the real problem. But your intuition doesn't lie. When your gut tightens, when your spirit dims in someone's presence, pay attention. The person who constantly teases you might not be teasing at all. They might be bleeding their shadow into your light. And no matter how polished their smile or casual their tone, the damage adds up. Over time, you begin to shrink, not just around them, but within yourself. True connection uplifts. It doesn't hide daggers and laughter. If someone's humor consistently makes you feel diminished, that's a red flag one that shouldn't be brushed off with. They didn't mean it. Because the truth is, they did. Maybe not consciously, but their shadow did. And your body felt it before your mind could explain it. Have you ever laughed along with someone, only to walk away feeling drained or insulted? If this resonates with you, drop a comment below saying, "I've felt this energy," so others know they're not alone, and so we can keep diving deeper into the hidden truths that protect our peace. Chapter 2. Subtle Sabotage. They don't stab you in the back. They slice your spirit with tiny paper cuts you're not supposed to notice. Again and again, they forget your big moments. They miss your graduation, your birthday, your product launch. When you need encouragement, they go silent. When you ask for advice, they offer suggestions that subtly nudge you in the wrong direction, disguised as help but designed to derail. This isn't random. It's not bad luck or forgetfulness. It's calculated, quiet sabotage. And the worst part? They smile through it all, making it harder for you to trust your own intuition. What makes it so hard to detect is the way they dress their neglect in politeness. They say things like, "I totally meant to be there," or "I just had something come up," again and again. But when it's their moment, they expect your full attention. They hold you accountable for their needs, but offer none of that accountability in return. At first, you make excuses for them. Maybe they're overwhelmed. Maybe they didn't know how important it was. But over time, a pattern emerges. And that pattern whispers a truth your soul already knows. They don't truly support you. They may not say it aloud, but their actions scream it. And their silence when you succeed? That silence is the loudest sound in the room. People like this erode your confidence, not with open criticism, but with invisible weight. When you talk about your dreams, they tilt their head and give you lukewarm encouragement, just enough to seem supportive, not enough to uplift. They might say, "Are you sure you're ready for that?" Or, "That's a big risk, don't you think?" And when things go well, they minimize your wins. Anyone could have done that. You just got lucky. It's death by 1,000 dismissals. And somehow, you end up doubting yourself, questioning your worth, your ideas, your timing, when the real sabotage wasn't internal, but environmental. This behavior often stems from the shadow self that Carl Jung spoke about, a part of the human psyche that hides the things people don't want to admit, like jealousy, competition, and resentment. Rather than deal with those uncomfortable feelings directly, some people project them sideways, through sabotage cloaked as concern. They don't want to confront their envy, so instead, they undercut you slowly, hoping you'll fail quietly, so they won't have to feel left behind. This isn't always conscious, but it is dangerous. Because while you're busy being honest and open, they're busy plotting in silence, usually under the guise of friendship. In modern life, this shows up in close relationships more than we care to admit. A coworker who never shares credit, a sibling who always changes the subject when you talk about something you're proud of, a best friend who only calls when they need something. They don't argue. They don't insult you. They just fail you, little by little, until you shrink, until you stop asking, until you stop shining so bright, just to keep the peace. But real love doesn't ask you to dim your light. Real support doesn't vanish when you rise. These people are masters of disguise. And if you keep giving them the benefit of the doubt, you'll find yourself exhausted, insecure, and emotionally confused. That's the goal of quiet sabotage, to make you doubt yourself so much that you never notice it was them all along. That's why recognizing this pattern is crucial to your healing. Not everyone who smiles at you loves you. Not everyone who claps is happy for you. And not everyone who says, "I'm proud of you," means it in their heart. If someone in your life consistently makes you feel unsupported, confused, or deflated after interacting with them, don't ignore it. That's not just a feeling. That's your spirit picking up on something your eyes can't see. Don't wait for proof. Their energy is the evidence. Leave a comment below if this resonates with you, and write, "I choose aligned, loving connections," to affirm your commitment to the relationships that nourish your soul. Chapter 3. Silent Competition. Every time you succeed, there's a flicker in their eyes, a pause in their cheer, a shift in their tone. They smile, but it feels like a mask. Because deep down, your success isn't something they celebrate. It's something they measure themselves against. You're not just growing. You're unknowingly challenging their self-worth. What you see as a win, they secretly take as a loss. And instead of cheering you on, they mentally prepare their counterstrike. A story about their own accomplishment, a subtle one-up, a reminder that you're not ahead they are, or at least they want to be. This is not friendship. This is a silent competition. It's not loud. It doesn't scream jealousy. It whispers it in every reaction that feels slightly off. You talk about something you're proud of, and suddenly they change the subject. You shine, and they dim the room just enough so no one notices. You feel drained, not because of your work, but because you're surrounded by someone who turns every moment into a scoreboard. They don't clap when you win. They calculate. They don't walk beside you. They race you in secret. And the finish line keeps moving because they're not in it for joy. They're in it for ego. You start questioning yourself. You wonder if maybe you're just too sensitive. But Carl Jung reminded us, everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. Their irritation with your growth reveals their refusal to grow. Their envy is not really about you. It's about the parts of themselves they've left abandoned. When your confidence enters the room, it confronts their insecurity. When your ambition speaks, it exposes their complacency. And that's why they compete. Because they don't know how to confront their own stillness. Instead of healing, they project. Instead of evolving, they compare. You were never trying to compete. You were just trying to become. But now, you're caught in an invisible war with someone who pretends to love you, but secretly resents your rise. And here's the dangerous part. You may begin shrinking yourself to keep the peace. You may water yourself down to be digestible to people who never intended to grow beside you. You may silence your joy so they don't feel small. But that's not your job. Your light is not a threat. It's a mirror. What they see in you reflects what they refuse to face in themselves. This is the energy that drains you without a word. The energy that hides behind compliments and claps, but always carries the undercurrent of envy. When hate wears the costume of friendship, it becomes a slow poison. It doesn't attack you, it erodes you. And if you're not aware, you'll normalize that erosion. You'll keep toxic people close because they never did anything wrong. But energy doesn't lie, and silence can scream louder than words. Pay attention. True friends don't compete, they inspire. They don't flinch at your glow, they amplify it. They don't feel threatened by your transformation. They celebrate it because they too are evolving. If your presence makes someone insecure, it's not your duty to dim. It's their responsibility to heal. Did you find this helpful? If so, please comment "awesome" below so we can continue to explore this kind of deep spiritual wisdom together. Chapter 4. Superficial kindness. Their compliments sound sweet, but something in your gut twists. You hear, "I'm proud of you," or "You're amazing," yet there's a hollow echo behind the words. The smile on their face doesn't reach their eyes. You notice it, even if you try to brush it off. It's that quiet voice inside whispering, "They don't really mean it." This is not paranoia, it's intuition. Carl Jung believed that what we fail to bring into awareness will rule our lives in silence. That includes the hidden resentment behind polite smiles. True friends don't just say kind things. They radiate warmth when they say them. Real support is felt in the heart. Superficial kindness, on the other hand, feels like being hugged by someone who's emotionally checked out. You sense it when their energy doesn't match their words. The conversation feels scripted. They use the right phrases: "I support you," "You deserve it," "Good job." But their presence is missing. There's no real eye contact, no empathy in their voice. Everything about their interaction feels robotic, as if they're acting from obligation rather than care. According to Jung, this is the shadow self in action. Envy, frustration, and competition dressed up in politeness. And though they may never openly say a hurtful thing, their energy quietly drains you. You leave conversations with them feeling confused, like something just doesn't add up. You might begin to notice they only show up when it benefits them. They celebrate your success publicly, but privately, they go silent. When you're struggling, they offer vague support, but they're quick to disappear when you need real emotional presence. A person who secretly resents you won't attack you. They'll avoid you. Or worse, stay close enough to observe you, but far enough to never uplift you. They'll clap with the crowd, but you'll feel the pause in their applause. You'll sense the hesitation behind their congratulations. This kind of subtle sabotage is hard to explain, but your spirit feels the disconnect even if your mind can't find the proof. Their politeness starts to feel like a performance. Every kind word seems rehearsed. Every compliment feels like a transaction. You might start to wonder if you're imagining things, especially because nothing overt has happened, no betrayal, no harsh words. But that's the trick. The most dangerous hatred is not the loud kind, it's the quiet one, masked by etiquette. And if you ignore it long enough, it begins to erode your energy, self-trust, and emotional clarity. Because the truth is, love never needs a script, it flows. But resentment rehearses every word to appear clean on the surface. When someone's kindness lacks soul, When their support feels more like strategy than sincerity, it's not just awkward, it's toxic. And the longer you stay in their energy, the more your own spirit starts to dim. Jung reminds us that we must bring the shadow to light, or else it controls us from the dark. So when you feel that off vibe from someone who's nice, pay attention. You're not being overly sensitive. You're reading energy accurately. Energy doesn't lie. Words do. If you've ever felt the chill behind a warm smile, you're not alone. Subscribe for more insights on decoding fake kindness and building truly authentic connections. Chapter 5. Controlling through care. Their words sound like wisdom, but the result is always the same. Your dreams get smaller. You speak your truth. They nod with concern, and suddenly you're doubting yourself. They say it's for your own good, but somehow you always end up discouraged, hesitant, or quietly giving up on what lights you up inside. This isn't love, it's control, wearing the mask of protection. What they call advice is often their attempt to keep you in a place that feels safe for them, not for you. Carl Jung once said that people who can't manage their own inner chaos often try to control others to create the illusion of safety. Their inner disorder leaks outward, not through rage or obvious aggression, but through soft-spoken warnings, logical arguments, and carefully disguised fear. And because they sound calm and composed, you believe them. You internalize their fear as your own. You shrink, thinking it's maturity. You settle, thinking it's wisdom. But pay close attention. Their concern always flows in one direction, away from your expansion. They never say, "How can I help you grow into that?" They say, "Are you sure? That's risky. What if you fail?" They push you toward comfort, but never freedom. Behind every piece of their guidance is a hidden message. Don't change. Because if you change, you'll leave the version of yourself they know how to control. This kind of dynamic plays out everywhere in families, friendships, and romantic relationships. You tell your mother you want to leave your job and pursue your calling, and she says, "Just be grateful you have stability." You tell your partner you want to write a book, and they say, "You don't have time for that." You mention moving to another city, and your best friend looks away and says, "But everything you need is right here." And each time, you're left wondering if your desires are selfish, immature, or unrealistic. It's not just discouragement, it's emotional scripting. You start to believe that dreaming big is dangerous, that wanting more is a betrayal, that growing means losing love. And that's the real trap. When fear dresses up as care, you confuse control for closeness. Their shadow, the part of them that feels unsafe, insecure, and unworthy, reaches out and quietly steers your life. Not because they hate you, but because they haven't made peace with their own chaos. But you don't owe anyone your smallness. Your vision doesn't need their permission. And love, real love, will never stand in the way of your evolution. It won't cage you to feel secure. It won't shrink you to avoid abandonment. It will walk beside you, even if the path makes them uncomfortable. Because true care is not about control. It's about support, trust, and believing in your light, even when it outshines their shadow. If this message opened your eyes today, leave a comment of truth. I trust my path. I release control and walk boldly in my purpose. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell for more powerful insights every week. Chapter 6. Gossip and criticism behind your back. They won't confront you directly. Instead, they chip away at your spirit with whispers. Their words creep through social spaces like smoke, twisting your intentions, reshaping your character, and planting suspicion in the minds of others. Suddenly, you're left wondering why the energy in the room shifts when you enter. Why do people hesitate before responding? Why do friends begin to feel distant? This isn't paranoia. It's a reaction to the silent sabotage of someone who pretends to support you, all while crafting a version of you that fits their insecurities. Carl Jung believed the shadow self holds all the parts of us we reject. And when someone refuses to face that darkness, it leaks out in manipulation and gossip. They don't just talk. They inject venom subtly, so it's not easily traced back to them. They say just enough to raise eyebrows, just enough to make others doubt you. Their smiles remain polite, but their words travel in secret, draining your relationships and your peace of mind. And the reason they do this? It's not your success, your kindness, or even your mistakes. It's the way your light exposes their unresolved wounds. These individuals avoid open conflict because confrontation would require honesty, and honesty would demand vulnerability. Instead, they manipulate perception. They isolate you, not by removing you, but by poisoning how others see you. It's slow, it's silent, and it works if you don't wake up to it. You start to second-guess your own intuition. You tone yourself down. You shrink to make the atmosphere lighter. But the truth is, what they say about you behind your back is a mirror of what they feel about themselves. Their criticism reveals their own shame. Their gossip reveals their jealousy. And here's the twist. They often frame their criticism as concern. "I'm just worried about her," they'll say, while tearing apart your choices. "I just think he's changing," they'll whisper, while resenting your growth. This kind of manipulation is dangerous because it sounds like care. But real care doesn't operate in the shadows. Real friends speak directly, protect your name, and tell you hard truths to your face, not to a crowd behind your back. If someone close to you is spreading rumors, twisting your words, or turning others against you without cause, they don't just dislike you, they resent you, maybe even hate you. And the more you rise, the more their shadow panics. You owe it to yourself to recognize these signs, not to seek revenge, but to protect your peace. Because being around someone who secretly hates you is like drinking poisoned water. It looks clear, but it's killing something inside you every day. Have you ever felt the sting of being misunderstood because of whispers you never heard but felt? If this message speaks to your heart, share your experience in the comments so others know they're not alone. And if you've ever stayed silent while someone twisted your truth, comment, "I choose truth," and let's stand strong together. Chapter 7. No joy in your success. They smiled when you were broken. They clapped when you were trying. But now that you're actually succeeding, they're nowhere to be found. That silence isn't a coincidence, it's a message. When someone close to you quietly withdraws as you rise, it's often because your growth is confronting something they haven't dealt with inside themselves. Carl Jung called it the shadow of the hidden parts of the psyche we disown, but end up projecting onto others. And your light has now become a threat to their darkness. They didn't mind you climbing when they thought you'd never make it. In fact, they were comfortable as long as you were beneath them or struggling beside them. But now, your success exposes their stagnation. Your happiness reminds them of their discontent. You haven't done anything wrong, but in their eyes, you've become too much, too bold, too blessed, too free. And instead of cheering, they retreat. They make excuses. They distance themselves. Not because you've changed, but because you've outgrown the version of you that made them feel safe. It often starts subtly. The congratulations become quieter. The responses to your joy feel forced or rehearsed. When you share your wins, they switch the subject. When you celebrate, they downplay. It's not just what they say, it's what they don't say. Silence in moments of your joy speaks louder than applause during your pain. Because when someone's heart is secretly competing with you, your success doesn't inspire them. It wounds them. And yet, they were always available when you were hurting. When life hit you hard, they had time. When you doubted yourself, they were there with words. But now that you believe in yourself, now that you're shining, they disappear. Because your light reveals their inner chaos. Carl Jung believed that people who can't handle their own inner turmoil often try to suppress or distance themselves from the people who remind them of what they could be. Your success becomes a mirror they don't want to look into. True friends grow with you. They evolve alongside you. They're not intimidated by your wings. They help you fly. But envious ones? They won't attack you. They'll just fade. They'll use phrases like, "I'm just busy," or "You've changed," to mask what they really feel, left behind. Their emotional withdrawal isn't about boundaries. It's about bruised egos. Your joy bruises their pride. And instead of doing the work to heal, they choose the easier route: silence, distance, and quiet resentment. But your progress is not an offense. Your happiness is not a betrayal. And their discomfort is not your burden to carry. You don't have to shrink just to keep someone else comfortable in your light. You weren't meant to stay small so others could feel big. If they can't clap when you win, they were never truly on your team. Growth will always reveal who was clapping from the heart and who was clapping for control. Their silence is their confession. Their distance is their decision. And your continued rise is your truth. Keep climbing. Keep glowing. Let your joy be loud, even if it makes others quiet. Because the ones meant for you will never fear your light. They'll reflect it. Comment below. I celebrate my growth unapologetically if you're done shrinking to make others comfortable. Let's rise boldly and in truth together. Chapter 8. Body language never lies. Their words may say, "I'm happy for you," but their body speaks a different truth. The smile they flash is tight. Their eyes avoid yours. The energy in the room shifts subtly, but unmistakably. You feel it. It's not what they said. It's how they said it, how they stood, how they looked away just a second too long. Carl Jung believed that the unconscious reveals itself when the conscious tries to hide. And that's exactly what happens when hidden resentment slips through the cracks of polite conversation. You don't need a psychology degree to pick up on these signals. Your intuition already knows. The gut twist you feel isn't random. The unease in your chest isn't paranoia. It's your body translating microsignals. Stiff posture, crossed arms, delayed responses, shallow compliments. These aren't accidental. They are the unconscious body's confession. The body can't lie, even when the mouth does. And yet, so often, we second-guess ourselves. We tell ourselves they're just tired, distracted, or going through something. But patterns reveal truth. When someone consistently reacts to your wins with tension or withdrawal, you're not imagining it. Their resentment may be silent, but it's not invisible. It shows in the way they change the subject when you share good news. It reveals itself in the forced smile when others praise you. It leaks out in their lack of enthusiasm, the emotional vacancy behind the congratulations. Real friends don't compete with your light. They rise with it. When you grow, they feel inspired, not threatened. When you shine, they don't squint. They celebrate. That emotional presence, that shared joy, is the mark of authentic connection. On the other hand, someone who secretly harbors resentment will always find ways to dim the moment, not by shouting, not by arguing, but by slowly pulling back their energy, their support, their warmth. This silent withdrawal becomes more painful over time, because it's not just what they do, it's what they withhold. They don't clap when you rise. They don't ask how you feel. They don't celebrate your joy with full presence. Instead, they nod while secretly stepping away inside. And that distance is not physical. It's emotional. It's spiritual. It's the kind of quiet sabotage that leaves you questioning your worth, your path, and even your perception. So watch the body. Feel the energy. Trust the space between the words, because the body never lies. The micro expressions, the energy pull, the hesitations reveal everything the mouth refuses to admit. When someone says, "I'm proud of you," but looks like they're in pain, listen to the look, not the sentence. When they say, "That's great news," but don't ask another question, hear the silence louder than the phrase. Your body knows, your intuition remembers, and your spirit feels every shift. The deeper lesson is this: you are not here to shrink for someone else's comfort. You're not meant to dull your light to protect someone else's shadow. So pay attention to what's unsaid, because that's where the truth lives. To affirm your trust in your inner wisdom, declare it now. Comment below, "I trust what I feel," to honor your intuition and inspire others to read beyond words and recognize the truth that body language reveals. Thank you for watching this eye-opening journey into the hidden layers of human emotion and energy. If any of these signs resonated with you, remember, trust your intuition, protect your peace, and never apologize for sensing what others try to hide. You deserve relationships built on authenticity, not secret resentment. If you found value in this message, please like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights like this. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss an episode that could shift your perspective and protect your energy. Until next time, stay wise, stay empowered. How to manipulate your energy to create quantum events in your reality. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed from one form to another. Albert Einstein. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where we dive deep into the unseen forces shaping your life. Today, we're exploring how to manipulate your energy to trigger quantum events, those life-altering shifts that seem like miracles, but are actually the result of energetic mastery. This isn't just theory. It's a practice you can apply right now to align with the outcomes you truly desire. As you listen, ask yourself, what kind of energy am I radiating into the world? Drop your thoughts in the comments and let us know how you've experienced energy shaping your reality. Let's unlock the truth together and create a life designed by intention, not reaction. Reality responds to your energy, not your effort. Reality isn't something outside of you. It's something shaped by the energy you radiate from within. The universe doesn't respond to how hard you work, how loudly you speak, or how much effort you pour into your goals. It responds to your internal state, your emotional vibration, your subconscious beliefs, and the frequency you carry moment by moment. You are not a passive player in life. You are the signal, and reality is the echo. Most people try to force life into submission. They hustle, manipulate circumstances, and cling to plans, believing effort alone guarantees results. But quantum reality doesn't function like a mechanical machine. It's fluid, intelligent, and responsive. You're not operating within a fixed structure. You're influencing a field of probabilities that rearranges itself based on your inner alignment. When you carry fear, doubt, or unresolved emotion, the world reflects back resistance. When you carry peace, trust, and clarity, the world becomes open, soft, and synchronized. This is the forgotten science behind manifestation. You don't attract what you say you want. You attract what your energy declares to be true. You could visualize success every morning, but if your underlying energy screams unworthiness or anxiety, reality will honor that frequency instead. Your emotional baseline is the script your life is following. Energy manipulation means rewriting that script at the source within your thoughts, your emotions, and your nervous system. Everything around you, your job, your relationships, even random encounters, is being pulled into place by the invisible magnet of your aura. You are constantly collapsing waves of possibility into form based on what you feel, believe, and expect. The moment you raise your frequency, life rearranges. Not because you begged it to, but because reality has no choice but to reflect you. This is not mysticism, it's quantum law, and you're living in it whether you realize it or not. So instead of pushing harder, tune deeper. Ask yourself, what energy am I embodying right now? Is it fear or faith? Control or surrender? Scarcity or abundance? The answers to these questions reveal what you're truly manifesting, not in the future, but in this very moment. Your life is not reacting to your dreams. It's reacting to your energetic blueprint. Shift that, and everything changes. Quantum events, those breakthroughs, synchronicities, and radical transformations don't come from force. They arrive when your energy becomes too clear, too aligned, too undeniable for the universe to resist. When you master that frequency, the game is no longer about chasing outcomes. It's about embodying your truth so deeply that reality has no option but to reflect your evolution back to you. If you're ready to stop chasing and start aligning, if you're ready to shift from effort to energy, comment below, "I align," and reality follows. Let this be your declaration that you're done forcing and finally tuning into the frequency that shapes your world. 2. Your energy field is a blueprint that reality reads. Your energy field is a blueprint that reality reads, not metaphorically, but literally. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, and every point of focus you hold becomes a signal that ripples into the quantum field. That field does not judge or filter. It simply mirrors. If you radiate peace, you meet peace. If you vibrate chaos, you encounter more of it. Reality is not a passive backdrop. It's an interactive matrix, always responding to your internal broadcast. The tools you use to shape this response aren't complicated. They are already within you. your breath, your nervous system, and your emotional tone. These elements are the control panel of your energetic frequency. Your breath is not just a biological function, it's an energetic anchor. Slow, deep breathing signals safety to your nervous system, rewiring your internal state from fear to calm, from resistance to receptivity. When your body feels safe, your aura expands, your thoughts become clear, and the signal you emit becomes coherent. Your emotional tone acts like a musical score. It colors everything. A person vibrating at gratitude will receive different feedback from the field than someone vibrating at frustration, even if both are doing the same actions on the outside. This is why two people can walk the same path and meet entirely different realities. The external doesn't create your life. Your internal state does. Take the example of someone who works tirelessly, chasing goals, endlessly strategizing, and pushing forward with sheer willpower. If the underlying emotion is anxiety or lack, the universe doesn't read the effort. It reads the energy beneath it. This explains why burnout often produces little reward. It's not the work that is being ignored. It's the signal being broadcast. On the other hand, someone who has cultivated inner balance, who breathes with presence, who thinks with intention, who feels from a place of clarity, will often find doors opening without force. This isn't magic. It's alignment. When your energy is in harmony, the quantum field aligns in return. Reality reflects coherence with coherence. Your mind may be filled with intentions, but if your body is tense, your breath shallow, and your emotions unstable, the signal becomes distorted. The field doesn't respond to mixed signals. It mirrors the dominant frequency. That's why the most important work is inner work. Not to control life, but to calibrate your presence. When your nervous system is regulated, your breath is intentional, and your emotions are aligned, you become magnetic. People feel your clarity. Circumstances shift in your favor. Synchronicities appear as if by design, because they are. The field is responding in real time to your internal blueprint. Your energy is your message to the universe, and the universe always listens. Are you ready to align your energy with the blueprint of your reality? If so, comment below. I am tuning my frequency to affirm your commitment to conscious creation. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you never miss another step on this journey of transformation. 3. You attract what you are, not what you want. Manifestation is not about wishing harder or repeating mantras louder. It's about resonance. The universe doesn't respond to your wants. It responds to your frequency. You attract not what you hope for, but what you are. Every emotion you carry, every thought you think, every belief you quietly hold shapes the energetic signal you emit into the quantum field. And that field, in turn, mirrors your internal state with precision. Life is not reacting to your dreams. It is reacting to your vibration. This is why desire alone is never enough. Wanting more money while vibrating in scarcity simply amplifies the lack. Craving love while carrying the frequency of rejection invites partners who confirm your fears. Longing for peace while harboring anxiety only deepens the restlessness. Your energy is the message. You are a transmitter, and reality is simply decoding the signal you send. Even your silence is read, your doubts are measured, and your self-perception becomes your fate. The quantum field does not respond to effort. It responds to embodiment. What you consistently feel, believe, and expect becomes your point of attraction. You can decorate your vision board, say all the affirmations, and visualize until your eyes burn, but none of it overrides the frequency of fear, guilt, or lack buried beneath the surface. Until you shift the being, the wanting will only echo as absence. Becoming is the bridge. If you want joy, embody joy in your daily presence. If you want abundance, move like someone who trusts life to support them. If you want love, release the bitterness and become the frequency of openness and compassion. Energy doesn't lie, and the field doesn't negotiate, it reflects. The moment your internal state aligns with the outcome you seek, the separation dissolves. You're no longer reaching for the thing, you are living from it. That's when reality shifts. You don't manifest by force. You manifest by becoming a match. You shift your frequency, and timelines bend. Possibilities rearrange themselves. People, chances, and breakthroughs start orbiting your field without resistance. That's not magic, that's alignment. Your aura becomes the invitation. Your breath becomes the command. Your presence becomes the prayer. Pretending doesn't work. The universe doesn't respond to performance. It responds to authenticity. You can't fake frequency. You can't manipulate the quantum with shallow effort. The work is real. You must meet yourself in the places you hide. Heal the parts of you vibrating in fear. Release the narratives that say you're not enough. Let your nervous system learn safety again. Let your heart expand again. Let your body believe in joy again. You are not attracting what you desire. You are attracting what you are. And when you finally understand that, you stop chasing and start aligning. You stop forcing and start flowing. You stop hoping and start becoming. That's the shift. That's the mastery. That's how you collapse timelines and manifest miracles, not through effort, but through energetic truth. If you're ready to align your energy with what you truly desire, not just what you say you want, then take the first step now. Like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and drop a comment below. I align with my highest frequency. Let's manifest from the inside out, together. 4. Emotional alignment is the key to shifting timelines. Your current reality is not random. It is a living reflection of your emotional patterns, your deepest beliefs, and the stories you've been unconsciously rehearsing since childhood. Most people live trapped in loops, repeating timelines shaped by unhealed trauma, generational conditioning, and inner chaos. But emotional alignment changes everything. The moment you bring clarity, coherence, and nervous system regulation into your body, the energetic signal you emit shifts, and so does your life. Because energy doesn't lie, and the universe doesn't respond to what you wish for. It responds to the frequency you carry most consistently. When your emotional state is dominated by fear, confusion, or resentment, no matter how many goals you set or affirmations you recite, the results will always echo that internal dissonance. Think of the quantum field as a mirror one that reflects not your desires, but your dominant emotional tone. You can't attract love while vibrating in abandonment. You can't manifest abundance while internally feeling unworthy. Reality is responsive, not reactive. It responds in real time to the energy behind your thoughts, not just the thoughts themselves. This is why emotional alignment is not about forcing yourself to feel good all the time. It's about becoming emotionally honest and energetically coherent. When you learn to regulate your emotions by breathing through discomfort instead of escaping it, by observing your triggers instead of becoming them, you begin to broadcast a new frequency. That's when the shift begins. Your external circumstances start reorganizing themselves to match the new signal. Life doesn't change because you tried harder. It changes because your energy stopped lying. Everything around you adjusts to the vibration you're anchored in. Picture your life as a radio dial. If you're tuned into grief, no amount of optimism will bring in joy unless you change the station. But when you align emotionally, when you begin to feel your worth, trust your flow, and cultivate internal peace, the station changes on its own. Suddenly, synchronicities appear. Doors open. People show up. The energy becomes effortless. This is not magic. It's physics. Vibrations align with similar vibrations, and you become a magnet for what you embody. That's the secret to timeline shifting. Not effort, not control, but coherence. As your inner world stabilizes, your outer world evolves. You stop being the effect of old programming and become the cause of new possibilities. In every moment, you are either reinforcing an outdated frequency or stepping into a new one. Emotional alignment gives you the power to choose. And when your emotional energy becomes intentional, grounded, and expansive, reality has no choice but to reorganize itself around you. If you feel this truth in your soul and you're ready to shift into a new reality, say it out loud. I align my emotions with truth, clarity, and peace. My new timeline begins now. Let this be your declaration. 5. Quantum physics confirms this: observation creates reality. Particles do not become real until they are observed. That's not a metaphor, it's quantum fact. And in your life, the same rule applies. What you pay attention to, with emotion and belief, becomes your lived experience. Your energy is the invisible hand sculpting the outcomes around you. When you expect disappointment, the world responds like a loyal servant, delivering exactly what you anticipated. But when you stand in inner authority, rooted in self-worth, the entire quantum field begins to rearrange itself to match your vibration. Your reality is not built on actions alone. It's built on emotional resonance. That's why people who hustle without healing stay stuck in loops. They're taking action from lack, fear, and unworthiness, so the timelines they collapse are drenched in resistance. But shift your internal state, realign with trust, coherence, and worthiness, and the same world that once ignored you begins to bend in your favor. The timeline changes not because the outside changed, but because you did. This is how you manipulate energy, not by forcing, scripting, or pretending, but by becoming. When your nervous system is regulated, your heart open, your thoughts clear, you send a coherent signal into the field. And the universe? It responds like a mirror, not a judge. It doesn't care what you want. It reflects what you are. You can't fool the field with affirmations if your frequency is still laced with doubt. Most people try to change their lives with vision boards, mantras, and strategy. But the quantum field doesn't speak English. It speaks of vibration. It reads your emotional baseline, what you consistently feel, not what you occasionally hope for. That's why breakthroughs happen when people finally stop chasing and start aligning. When they stop begging life to change and start embodying the version of themselves that would naturally attract that reality. A woman once shared that she had been passed over for promotions for years, not because she wasn't qualified, but because she didn't see herself as a leader. Every meeting, every pitch, her energy whispered insecurity, even if her words shouted confidence. But the day she showed up, fully owning her worth, not to prove, but to be, the entire room shifted. People listened. Opportunities flowed. That was not luck. That was quantum alignment. If you want to collapse timelines and create events that feel miraculous, you must become emotionally fluent. Your nervous system is your gateway. Your thoughts are electric. Your emotions are magnetic. When both are aligned, reality bends. But when they're scattered, when you think one thing, feel another, and do something else, the signal is weak. And a weak signal creates chaos, delay, or nothing at all. You are not waiting for the universe to deliver. The universe is waiting for you to signal. Not with your words, not with your desperation, but with the quiet certainty of someone who knows the field is listening and chooses to speak through being. If this message has sparked something deep within you, declare your alignment with truth by commenting, "I observe from wholeness. I collapse timelines into miracles." And if this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share it with someone who's ready to shift their reality too. 6. Synchronicities are feedback, not luck. Synchronicities are not mere coincidences or signs of good luck. They are feedback, real-time evidence that your energy field has shifted. Every so-called random event that lines up perfectly is actually the universe reflecting your internal frequency. You are not a passive observer in this life. You are entangled with the field of infinite potential, and your current emotional and energetic state determines which version of reality collapses around you. When your thoughts are coherent, your emotions regulated, and your inner focus aligned, life begins to echo back that harmony. A message shows up just when you need it. A door opens that you didn't know existed. People cross your path carrying answers to questions you never asked out loud. This isn't spiritual fantasy. It's quantum reality. Your life isn't happening to you. It's happening through you. The field of potential is always listening to the signal you emit, and synchronicities are how it responds. The reason this matters is because most people still believe they're reacting to a fixed world. But quantum physics tells a different story, one of probabilities, not certainties. You're constantly selecting timelines based on what you believe, how you feel, and where you place your attention. Every emotion you indulge, every thought you repeat, acts like a command to the universe, aligning you with a specific energetic version of reality. This means your energy is the cause, and your reality is the effect. When you see repetitive numbers, chance meetings, or dreams aligning with waking events, you're witnessing your own frequency being mirrored back. These moments are not signs that you're lucky. They're signs that you're aligned. And the more you tune into this alignment, the more precisely life begins to organize around you. Think of it like a radio broadcast. If you want to hear a new frequency, you don't demand the station change, you turn the dial within yourself. You shift your state, and the broadcast changes accordingly. That's why internal work is the true form of manifestation. You don't need to manipulate circumstances. You need to master your signal. Energy doesn't lie, and the field doesn't reward effort. It reflects coherence. So if you're chasing synchronicities, stop. Instead, become the kind of person those synchronicities are trying to find. Become clear. Become grounded. Become magnetic. And then watch how the quantum field bends around your being to deliver what matches your core. Your life is not a series of accidents. It's a coded response to your vibration. And once you realize that, you no longer look for signs, you become one. If you've made it this far, you're not just watching, you're awakening. Synchronicities are no accident. They're your energy speaking back to you. Comment below. I trust the signs. I know they're guiding me. 7. You were programmed to forget. Now you're awakening. From the very beginning, you were taught how to fit in, not how to wake up. Schools molded you to repeat, not to question. Culture trained you to chase validation, not inner truth. And somewhere along the way, you stopped hearing your own frequency. But your signal, the raw, magnetic blueprint of your being, never disappeared. It was buried under years of programming designed to keep you reactive, compliant, small. You were never meant to live that way. Awakening isn't a journey forward, it's a return. A sacred remembering of what was always true before the noise began. This isn't about adding more tools, rituals, or techniques to your spiritual toolbox. It's about peeling back everything that isn't you. It's about stripping away the illusions, those false narratives that whisper you're not enough, not ready, not powerful. Real mastery is not about achieving. It's about being. It's standing grounded in your embodied truth, even when your outer world is in chaos. And the moment you reclaim that alignment, you stop living reactively and start creating energetically. You were never meant to chase reality. You were designed to shape it. When you live from your natural frequency, not the one distorted by fear or approval seeking, you emit a coherent signal into the quantum field. That signal doesn't beg, doesn't force. It attracts. It rearranges probabilities. It calls forward events, encounters, and timelines that vibrate in harmony with who you truly are. These aren't coincidences. They are quantum events, ripples in the fabric of reality caused by a conscious, aligned presence. Imagine this clearly. Most people walk through life as if they're watching a fixed movie on a screen, reacting to every scene. But the awakened ones realize they are not the viewer, they are the projector. Reality is fluid, responsive, impressionable, and your energy is the brush painting it in real time. When your thoughts, emotions, and breath align in clarity, you begin broadcasting a frequency so strong, the universe must echo it back. Not because it owes you anything, but because that's how energy works. Like attracts like. The signal shapes the outcome. That's why trying to control life from the outside never works. You can rearrange furniture, jobs, even relationships, but if your inner state is chaotic, the same patterns will follow. The only real shift happens when you reclaim your energy field, when you become the calm in the storm, when you regulate your nervous system, clarify your intent, and stop outsourcing your power to the external world. In that stillness, everything begins to bend. The field listens. You are not broken. You are not late. You are not too far gone. You are simply waking up from a long sleep, shaking off the dust of forgetting. The voice inside you that keeps whispering, "There's more," is not a fantasy. It's your signal trying to break through. Listen. Trust it. Follow it. Because this is not the beginning of your becoming. This is the return to who you've always been. If this message stirred something deep within you, it's because you're remembering. To honor your awakening, comment below, "I am remembering who I am." Let that be your declaration and a light for others on this path. And remember, your energy is not just something you have, it's something you are. When you learn to align it with intention, clarity, and purpose, you don't just react to life, you reshape it. If this message resonated with you, please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone on their spiritual journey, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more powerful insights. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on energy mastery, spiritual awakening, and quantum transformation. Until next time, stay aligned, stay empowered. The most dangerous sign in a person. The brightest flames cast the darkest shadows. George R.R. Martin. Sometimes, the most dangerous traits don't come with loud warnings. They hide in silence, charm, and control. In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover the subtle sign Carl Jung believed marked the most dangerous kind of person. This isn't about fear, it's about awareness. If you've ever sensed something was off about someone but couldn't explain why, this insight might just give you the clarity you've been searching for. Have you ever ignored a gut feeling and regretted it later? Share your experience in the comments. We're creating a space where deep intuition meets daily wisdom. 1. Danger comes in disguise. Sometimes the people who seem the calmest are the ones you should watch most closely. Their voices are soft, their manners polished, their smiles steady. They never explode, never argue. Yet somehow, after being around them, you feel emotionally drained, subtly disoriented, even a little unsafe. You can't explain why, because on the surface, they're kind, reasonable, generous. But your intuition doesn't lie. It whispers what your rational mind refuses to hear. Something about them is deeply off. Carl Jung warned us that true danger rarely presents itself as loud, erratic, or aggressive. The most threatening energies often wear the mask of order, charm, and self-control. This kind of danger doesn't invade your space. It quietly reshapes your mind. These people don't explode. They absorb. They don't confront. They calculate. And it is this very detachment, this cold, curated performance of being harmless, that makes them so difficult to detect and so dangerous to be near. Jung's theory of the shadow self reveals the inner mechanics behind this mask. The shadow is the part of us we suppress our pain, shame, anger, fear. When someone refuses to face their shadow, they don't become peaceful. They become controlled. Controlled on the outside, but distorted on the inside. Their buried chaos doesn't disappear. It becomes weaponized, subtly infecting their energy and interactions. You'll hear it in their tone when they pretend to encourage you, yet leave you doubting yourself. You'll see it in their eyes when they smile, but never actually soften. And over time, your soul will recognize the contradiction between what they show and what they truly are. These are not people who harm you with harshness. They harm you with confusion. Their politeness becomes a smokescreen. Their compliments feel strangely heavy. Their presence feels too perfect, too still. It is not stillness from peace. It is stillness from emotional suppression. And when someone no longer shows any signs of human messiness, no fear, no uncertainty, no vulnerability, it is not a sign of maturity. It's a sign of concealment. They have not transcended their shadow. They have silenced it. And in that silence, danger festers. We are taught to judge people by their behavior, their words, their image. But energy tells the deeper truth. When someone's presence makes you feel smaller, foggier, or chronically uneasy, it's not your job to find proof. It's your responsibility to listen. So many of us override our instincts in favor of being polite or reasonable. We betray our own nervous system just to keep the peace. But discernment is not judgment. It's spiritual intelligence. And ignoring it can cost you your peace, your clarity, your sense of self. The most dangerous sign in a person is not rage. It is polished emptiness. It is an emotional vacancy dressed up as strength. It is the ability to charm without connection, to help without empathy, to smile without sincerity. And when you see this mask, when you feel the energy beneath it, do not doubt yourself. The soul always knows what the eyes cannot see. Are you beginning to sense the subtle signs beneath the surface? If so, comment below. I trust my intuition to affirm your commitment to awareness and deeper perception. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom so you never miss a truth that could change your life. 2. The mask and the shadow. Everyone wears a mask. Not a physical one, but a social one, shaped by what we believe is acceptable, likable, or good. This mask is called the persona. It helps us function in the world, gain approval, and avoid rejection. But behind the persona lives the shadow, a hidden part of the unconscious mind that holds every trait we've denied or rejected in ourselves. Anger, jealousy, fear, greed, ambition. These qualities don't disappear just because we ignore them. Instead, they sink into the depths of our psyche, silently influencing our thoughts, emotions, and behavior. These rejected traits are not inherently bad. They became part of the shadow because of conditioning what parents scolded us for, what society said was shameful, or what religion labeled as sinful. So we buried them. We learned to smile instead of speak up, to stay small instead of be ambitious, to obey instead of express frustration. Over time, this suppression creates an inner split. The person we show the world becomes disconnected from the person we truly are, and this is where danger begins. Carl Jung believed the most dangerous person isn't the one who shows aggression openly. It's the one who seems perfectly composed, kind, and polite, yet is deeply unaware of their own shadow. Their charm can be disarming, but underneath it may lie bitterness, control, manipulation, or suppressed rage. This person doesn't lash out in obvious ways. Instead, their behavior becomes subtly destructive, passive-aggressive comments, emotional withdrawal, self-righteous judgment, or strategic silence. The danger is not in their intent, but in their lack of self-awareness. They don't know what drives them, so they act unconsciously, often justifying their harm as kindness or justice. This shows up in everyday life more than we realize. Consider the overly helpful coworker who always says yes, never complains, and seems eager to please. But when one small thing goes wrong, their reaction is disproportionate, sudden coldness, resentment, or blame. Or the spiritual person who speaks about love and compassion, but judges others behind closed doors. These contradictions are not accidents. They are signs of an unintegrated shadow, parts of themselves they have disowned and now project onto others. By contrast, someone who has done the inner work is far less dangerous. They know they have the potential for darkness. They've looked at it, owned it, and transformed it. Because of that, they no longer need to wear a rigid mask. They are honest, grounded, and real. Their presence feels safe, not because they're perfect, but because they're whole. To live wisely, you must recognize your own shadow. Pay attention to what triggers you in others. It often mirrors what you haven't yet accepted in yourself. Practice emotional honesty. Ask yourself, what am I afraid people will see in me? What traits do I judge the most? These are the breadcrumbs that lead to your shadow. Once you face it, something powerful happens. What once controlled you begins to serve you. Anger becomes courage. Jealousy becomes inspiration. Fear becomes awareness. The most dangerous sign in a person is not loud. It's subtle. It's the quiet, smiling, well-behaved persona that never acknowledges its dark side. True transformation begins when you stop pretending and start integrating, when you stop fearing the shadow and begin listening to what it's trying to teach you. If you're ready to unmask your truth and embrace your full self, including the parts you've hidden, comment below, "I embrace my shadow." Your courage to face what's within may be the key to your transformation. 3. The shadow shapes us silently. The shadow doesn't disappear just because you want it to. It slips beneath the surface, hidden in silence, shaping your thoughts, decisions, and behavior without your awareness. This hidden force isn't just made up of your anger, envy, or guilt. It also holds your brilliance, your passion, your creativity that was once silenced or shamed. The moment you suppress these parts of yourself, they don't die. They distort. They turn inward, feeding resentment, judgment, and bitterness. And because they are unseen, they become even more powerful. You think you're making conscious choices, but you're not. The shadow is pulling the strings. One of the most dangerous signs in a person is not loud rage or obvious cruelty. It's the unexamined shadow wearing a mask of peace. These are the people who seem calm, generous, even spiritual on the surface, but underneath, there's a storm they refuse to face. They judge others quietly. They manipulate subtly. They withhold love while preaching compassion. Their unacknowledged pain leaks out in the form of passive aggression, moral superiority, or emotional coldness. They believe they've risen above their wounds, when in truth, they've simply buried them. What makes this trait so dangerous is its invisibility. It convinces even the person carrying it that they're enlightened, balanced, or good. But Jung warned us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. The shadow seeks expression, and it will find a way. If not through honesty and self-awareness, then through projection and sabotage. You'll find yourself blaming others for the very things you deny in yourself. You'll unconsciously recreate pain in your life just to avoid facing the pain already inside you. And yet, buried in the shadow is not just your darkness, but your forgotten power. The parts of you that were once alive before the world told you to shrink. Your voice, your art, your intuition, your capacity for fierce love. When you finally look into the shadow, you don't just confront what's wrong, you reclaim what was always rightfully yours. That's the paradox. The deeper you go into the darkness, the more light you find. To ignore your shadow is to give it permission to rule you. But to face it, to name it, feel it, and integrate it is to finally live free. Not controlled by unconscious wounds, not driven by hidden fears, but rooted in truth. This is not easy work. It takes courage to be honest with yourself. It takes humility to admit you don't have it all figured out. But this is where real transformation begins, not in pretending to be perfect, but in daring to be whole. Did this message resonate with you? If so, comment below. I see my shadow, to affirm your awareness, and let's keep exploring the hidden forces that shape us. 4. Projection and psychological breakdown. Projection is one of the most dangerous psychological mechanisms, yet it often operates silently beneath the surface. When a person refuses to acknowledge the darker traits within themselves, jealousy, anger, pride, bitterness, those traits don't disappear. They are pushed into the unconscious mind, forming what Carl Jung called the shadow. But the shadow never sleeps. What we suppress internally, we begin to project externally. This is when someone starts accusing others of behaviors they secretly battle themselves. They might blame others for being selfish, toxic, or manipulative, not realizing they're describing their own repressed impulses. It's not that these people are intentionally deceptive. Rather, they are unconscious of the war they've internalized. And this makes them dangerous because the threat they pose comes wrapped in charm, reason, and surface-level virtue. As these disowned emotions accumulate, the unconscious begins to reshape them into irrational behaviors. They don't vanish, they mutate. Unprocessed pain and denied truth will leak out through nightmares, sudden compulsions, emotional outbursts, or even patterns of self-sabotage. A person might find themselves trapped in cycles of anxiety or obsession without understanding why. They may behave in ways that contradict their values, hurting those they love, pushing away help, sabotaging opportunities because something deeper is screaming for recognition. The shadow speaks, not through words, but through symptoms. It sends signals like emotional burnout, chronic dissatisfaction, and unexplained fear. And unless a person turns inward with honesty and courage, these signs will only grow louder. At this point, the psyche reaches a breaking threshold. This is where a person either collapses into breakdown or rises into breakthrough. Breakdown comes when the pressure of inner conflict overwhelms the mind. It manifests as emotional collapse, erratic behavior, or mental health crises. But in some rare and courageous cases, this same pressure opens a portal to transformation. The person begins to see their patterns, take responsibility, and confront the shadow head-on. They stop blaming others and start reclaiming the parts of themselves they once disowned. This is the essence of deep spiritual wisdom. The realization that integration, not perfection, is the true goal of awakening. As Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The most dangerous sign in a person, then, is not how angry they get, but how unwilling they are to examine themselves. Beware the individual who is always calm on the outside, but subtly causes chaos around them. The person who never admits fault, never apologizes, and always seems to play the victim. These are signs of someone who has buried their shadow and unleashed it on the world. True strength is found not in how well one hides their flaws, but in how fearlessly one faces them. When we confront the parts of ourselves we fear the most, we rob them of their power. And only then can we stop projecting, start healing, and step into true spiritual alignment. 5. Moral superiority is a warning sign. The most dangerous people, as Carl Jung observed, are not the ones who scream, argue, or show open aggression. No, the true threat often wears a calm face, speaks in a gentle voice, and hides behind the illusion of moral purity. It's not the visibly corrupt who pose the deepest danger, but those who believe, without question, that they are unquestionably good. This belief becomes a shield that blocks self-reflection and a sword used to cut down anyone who disagrees. When someone truly believes they are morally superior, they no longer examine their intentions. They justify control as care, manipulation as guidance, cruelty as truth-telling. They can shame others under the banner of justice or truth and never pause to ask, is this really love? Because in their mind, love always looks like correction, and correction always comes from them. They no longer grow because they no longer question themselves. This is what makes such people so dangerous. It's not just what they do, it's that they believe what they're doing is righteous. They don't feel guilt or doubt. In their eyes, they are always the helper, the savior, the hero in every story. Their actions are not open to review because their heart is in the right place. But a good heart, without clarity, becomes a wrecking ball. Without self-awareness, even well-meaning people can become sources of deep harm. Think about it. In our modern world, how often do you see influencers, teachers, or even spiritual leaders claim the moral high ground while publicly tearing others apart? Their message is about healing, but their methods are laced with judgment. Their words speak of peace, but their energy seeks control. They don't reflect that they dominate. And the most chilling part is that they genuinely believe they are helping. This isn't hypocrisy. It's unconscious self-deception. Jung's warning rings true here. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people. When you understand your shadow, you stop projecting it onto others. You begin to realize that your righteousness isn't always right, and your intentions need constant checking. Real spiritual growth demands brutal honesty with yourself, not about how others behave, but about your own blind spots. A person who cannot be questioned, who cannot say, "I was wrong," who uses morality as a weapon instead of a mirror, is not strong. They are dangerous because their path looks noble from the outside, but it leads to isolation, conflict, and spiritual arrogance. The true measure of wisdom is not how loud you speak your truth, but how deeply you examine your own heart before you speak at all. This isn't just about watching others, it's about watching yourself. If you feel the need to always be the good one, if you find it hard to admit when you're wrong, if you use love as a reason to control, pause, breathe, reflect, ask, is this love or is this fear hiding behind virtue? Because the moment you stop asking that question is the moment you stop growing. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights that reveal the hidden dangers behind moral superiority and how true growth begins with honest self-reflection. 6. The illusion of goodness. People who insist they are always kind, always right, or always good often become blind to their own inner darkness. This self-image becomes a mask, not just for the world, but for themselves. They start to believe in their own perfection, and that belief becomes dangerous. Because when someone thinks they are incapable of wrongdoing, they stop examining their behavior. They no longer reflect. They no longer question their motives. And what hides in the shadows of that unexamined self begins to leak out in harmful ways. Their spiritual blindness turns into quiet arrogance. They justify every word, every action, because someone like me would never harm anyone. But this is exactly where the danger lies, in the lack of awareness. A person who owns their flaws can be trusted more than someone who denies having any, because the one who denies darkness is ruled by it unconsciously. They lash out with manipulation cloaked as kindness. They judge others harshly while believing they're being helpful. They may sabotage people, relationships, or communities, all while believing they are doing what's best. And the scariest part? They truly believe they're on the side of light. Spiritual wisdom requires self-honesty. True goodness requires humility. A person who is truly awake does not claim to be perfect. Instead, they say, "I am still learning. I still mess up. I am responsible for the harm I cause, even unintentionally." That's integrity. That's what makes someone safe, because they have eyes to see not just the world, but themselves. Without this awareness, even the most spiritual language can become a weapon. Even a soft voice can deliver emotional destruction. Even a calm presence can hide a deeply wounded ego. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this is exactly what happens when people repress their shadow. Their inner wounds take over, and they don't even know it. They become instruments of harm dressed in the clothing of peace. And anyone who threatens their illusion, anyone who holds up a mirror, becomes the enemy. They'll twist the truth, rewrite history, or play the victim. Not because they're evil, but because their identity depends on being the good one. This is why we must be vigilant not just with others, but with ourselves. The moment you feel certain that you're always in the right, that's when you need to stop and reflect. True strength isn't found in always being correct. It's found in being honest when you're not. Because the most dangerous sign in a person is not loud anger or visible cruelty. It's the inability to see their own darkness and the unwillingness to admit they have one. That is the shadow we must learn to face within others and within ourselves. 7. Jung's final warning. The true danger in a person does not lie in the presence of darkness, but in the refusal to acknowledge it. Carl Jung warned that the most dangerous individual is not the one with flaws, but the one who pretends to have none. When someone denies their shadow, they unconsciously project it onto others. Their hidden insecurities leak out through passive aggression, manipulation, or moral superiority, often leaving those around them confused, disoriented, or deeply hurt without ever understanding why. This is spiritual blindness in its most deceptive form. It wears a smile, speaks gently, and appears wise, yet it causes harm in silence. In contrast, those who are aware of their flaws are often the safest to be around. They have faced their own inner chaos, admitted their imperfections, and embraced the uncomfortable truths within. Such people tend to be more emotionally responsible. They don't seek to control others to protect a fragile self-image. They don't need to be seen as the good one. Instead, they are willing to be vulnerable, honest, and accountable. And in that vulnerability, there is integrity, there is trust. As Jung said, knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people. When you recognize your own shadow, you stop projecting it. You stop needing others to carry it for you. But those who believe they have no flaws often justify everything they do, no matter how hurtful. They cannot see themselves clearly because their identity depends on being right. If you confront them, they deny. If you express pain, they deflect. If you hold up a mirror, they turn away. And yet, the damage they cause is real. It's not that they intend to wound, but that their unacknowledged darkness finds other ways to surface. It seeps into relationships, workplaces, and spiritual communities. They become righteous warriors in battles they invented, defending their illusion of goodness while others quietly bleed. What makes this so dangerous is that it often goes unnoticed. We've been conditioned to fear obvious aggression or cruelty, but we rarely question those who appear calm, composed, or spiritually elevated. And yet, spiritual wisdom teaches us that true light is humble. It does not need to dominate, correct, or defend itself. It simply shines. A false light, however, hides the ego behind virtue, and behind that mask is a desperate need to be untouched by blame. To protect yourself, you must develop the ability to feel beyond appearances. Watch how people respond to being wrong. Pay attention to how they handle discomfort, criticism, or the pain of others. Do they listen, or do they justify? Do they take ownership, or do they turn the story back on you? Energy reveals more than words ever will. If someone constantly leaves you feeling anxious, diminished, or emotionally unsafe, your body is warning you. You don't need proof, you need clarity. The real danger is not darkness itself, but the refusal to face it. It is not sin, but the illusion of sinlessness. When someone denies their flaws, they become unteachable, unreachable, and unaccountable. And that is when they become truly dangerous, not just to others, but to themselves. For what is hidden always finds a way out, and the longer it stays buried, the more destructive it becomes when it finally surfaces. Spiritual wisdom invites us to walk a different path, not one of perfection, but of self-awareness. To own our darkness is not to be ashamed of it, but to reclaim our wholeness. Only when we integrate what we've denied can we truly become safe to love and be loved. 8. Reflection and takeaway. When someone seems too perfect, always calm, kind, morally upright, and never in the wrong, it's wise to pause and ask, what are they avoiding in themselves? People who present themselves as spotless often have unacknowledged shadows. The late Carl Jung, a pioneer in psychology, explained that the brighter the light, the darker the shadow. This means that the more someone tries to appear flawless, the more they might be repressing their deeper, darker traits. And those repressed traits don't disappear. They leak out in disguised, destructive ways. You might meet someone who never raises their voice, always smiles, gives generously, and is admired by many. But in subtle moments, they can be emotionally dismissive, judgmental, or cold. These are signs of someone who hasn't done the inner work. Their perfection becomes a performance. And the danger isn't in what they show you, it's in what they refuse to show. Their refusal to acknowledge flaws can turn into spiritual arrogance. They begin to judge others from a place of superiority, convinced that they're morally above everyone else. In today's world, we often confuse righteousness with safety. We assume that if someone is religious, generous, or polite, then they must also be trustworthy. But the truth is, morality can be a mask. A person who never admits wrongs, who never questions their own intentions, and who hides behind a spotless reputation is often emotionally unsafe. They don't leave space for others to be human. And slowly, being around them can make you question yourself, shrink your voice, and feel emotionally confused. Ask yourself, what are they not seeing in themselves? That question alone can protect your heart. Because those who cannot see their own shadow will unconsciously project it onto you. They will blame you for things they don't want to face. They will guilt trip you, spiritualize their superiority, or silently punish you for being imperfect. It's not loud abuse, but it's harm, nonetheless. The more deeply we look into others, the more clearly we begin to see ourselves. If someone's flawless image makes you uncomfortable, examine that feeling. Are you comparing yourself? Are you craving their approval? Or are you sensing something inauthentic? These emotional cues are spiritual signals. They tell you when a person's goodness is real and when it's just a polished image hiding unhealed wounds. True wisdom is not afraid of flaws. Real spirituality doesn't perform perfection. It embraces humanity. Those who are truly safe to be around are not the ones who appear flawless, but the ones who are honest, humble, and self-aware. Be cautious around those who always look good on paper, but leave you feeling small, wrong, or invisible in their presence. Their perfection might be hiding pain they've never dared to face, and your awareness is your protection. To affirm your commitment to self-awareness and discernment, comment below, "I choose to see clearly." Let this be your declaration to look beyond appearances and protect your peace while inspiring others to do the same. Thank you for joining us today on Spiritual Wisdom, as we uncovered one of the most dangerous signs hidden within human nature, often masked by charm, control, or calmness. True awareness begins when we learn to see beyond appearances and listen to our intuition. If this message resonated with you or opened your eyes to something new, don't keep it to yourself like this video. Share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights that awaken your spirit. Tap the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming transformative content. Stay aware, stay wise. Do nothing after this, and watch how everything falls into place. Almost everything will work again if you unplug it for a few minutes, including you. Anne Lamott. In a world that glorifies hustle, we often forget the divine power of stillness. What if the breakthrough you're waiting for doesn't require more effort, but more surrender? In today's video, we'll explore the life-changing truth that doing nothing might just be the most powerful thing you ever do. Watch closely, and you'll discover how letting go allows everything to align effortlessly. Have you ever experienced a moment where things finally worked out the moment you stopped forcing it? Share your story in the comments. We'd love to hear from you. And if this resonates with your journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this message with someone who needs it today. Chapter 1. Stop chasing. You're blocking yourself. Society has trained us to believe that chasing is the path to having. Chase the job, chase the partner, chase the life. But chasing is a subtle form of fear. It's an energy that whispers, "I am not enough until I get this." What we often don't realize is that the very act of chasing is blocking what we're trying so hard to receive. The vibration behind the chase is rooted in lack, and the universe doesn't respond to desperation. It mirrors your inner state. Carl Jung said it best, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Behind every frantic goal is usually an unhealed wound. Maybe it's the fear of being alone. Maybe it's the belief that love must be earned. Maybe it's the feeling that if you stop hustling, everything will fall apart. These are the silent scripts running beneath the surface, shaping your desires and driving your actions. In spirituality, the real work isn't about getting more, it's about becoming whole. And to become whole, you must pause and ask, what part of me still feels empty? That question is a mirror. It invites you to stop trying to fix the outside world and start tending to the inner world. The more you chase to avoid the void, the deeper the void becomes. But when you sit with your emptiness, not trying to escape it, but honoring it, you begin to heal. This shift is subtle, but powerful. Instead of praying for more, you begin listening to what your soul needs. Instead of trying to control the timeline, you begin trusting divine timing. Instead of proving your worth, you begin remembering it. Manifestation flows not from effort, but from coherence, when your thoughts, emotions, and energy are aligned with truth, not fear. Every time you try to force something into place, you are affirming that you don't believe it can come naturally. That disbelief is what creates friction, and that friction becomes resistance. But when you let go, when you stop pushing, stop striving, stop begging, the energy softens. Your frequency rises, and the things that once felt far away begin to flow into your life with grace, not struggle. This is what it means to live spiritually, to stop chasing what's already yours, and instead become the version of you who can hold it with peace. When you embody wholeness, you no longer attract from emptiness. You become the magnet, not through effort, but through alignment. You stop asking for the door to open because you realize you are the one holding the key. Comment below. I release the chase. I choose alignment. If you're ready to stop striving from lack and start receiving from wholeness, your healing is the magnet for everything you desire. Chapter 2. The unconscious is always listening. Life is not testing you, it's echoing you. It doesn't respond to your intentions alone. It mirrors the truth of your unconscious energy. Every situation that repeats itself, every delay you face, every closed door, is not the universe working against you, but the universe responding to the vibration you emit without even realizing it. That's the heart of spiritual wisdom. Reality reflects who you are deep beneath the surface, not who you pretend to be on top. That's why affirmations fail when they're spoken from the mouth, but contradicted by the soul. You can say, I am abundant 100 times a day, but if deep inside you feel undeserving, that inner feeling overrides every word. The unconscious doesn't respond to what sounds good. It responds to what is true. It listens to the tone of your energy, not the tone of your voice. As long as there is a split between what you want and what you believe, life will reflect the belief, not the desire. You must understand that your unconscious mind is the real director of your reality. It runs the show in silence, influencing your actions, decisions, and even your energy field. You might consciously desire love, success, or peace, but if your unconscious is wired for rejection, failure, or conflict, that's what will repeatedly show up. This is not a punishment. It's a pattern, one that remains until you become spiritually aware enough to break it. Yet instead of facing this internal divide, many people try to cover it with positivity. But positivity is not power when it's used to avoid fear. Smiling over your sadness, forcing gratitude when your heart is in pain, pretending to be okay when your spirit is tired, that's not alignment, that's avoidance. and avoidance breeds distortion. Real transformation begins not when you run from discomfort, but when you sit with it, when you let the fear speak, when you allow the anxiety to rise without numbing it. That's when healing begins, not from doing something, but from being radically honest with what already lives inside of you. The moment you stop trying to fix everything, the process of true realignment begins. Not because you've solved the problem, but because you've stopped resisting your current state. There is a sacred power in stillness. It is in doing nothing that you stop interfering with your own evolution. The spiritual path is not about constantly adjusting and tweaking yourself to become someone new. It's about finally allowing yourself to witness what already is with clarity, with acceptance, with presence. The more you chase alignment, the more you push it away. But when you pause, breathe, and allow your energy to settle, you create the fertile space where transformation can actually take root. This is the paradox. When you do nothing, not out of apathy, but out of surrender, you allow life to reorganize itself around your truest frequency. In that stillness, your unconscious begins to shift. And once your energy shifts, your external world cannot help but follow. If this message has awakened something deep within you, leave a comment of truth. I trust my unconscious is aligning with my highest good. And if this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual alignment. Chapter 3. Detachment isn't giving up, it's awakening. Letting go is not defeat. It is the sacred recognition that control was never truly yours to begin with. When you release your grip on outcomes, you're not losing power. You're finally stepping into alignment with a higher spiritual intelligence. The energy of forcing and fixing blocks the very blessings you long for. True flow begins when you stop clenching and start allowing. Surrender is not weakness, it is wisdom. It's the moment you realize that your worth is not tied to the result, and your peace no longer depends on things going your way. Detachment is often mistaken for indifference, but it's something much more powerful. It is the return of your energy to yourself. Apathy is a numb escape, but spiritual detachment is full presence without obsession. You no longer chase, beg, or plead. Instead, you choose to anchor your awareness in the now. You stop pouring your emotional energy into things you can't control and begin cultivating inner stillness. From that stillness, clarity arises. You begin to see that holding on too tightly is what keeps you stuck, and letting go is what sets things in motion. When your energy says, "I need this to be okay," you are still rooted in lack. The universe listens not to your affirmations, but to the frequency beneath them. Even if your words speak abundance, if your energy is dripping with desperation, you are only reinforcing the absence of what you seek. Manifestation isn't about saying the right things. It's about becoming the vibration of wholeness. When you no longer need, you are finally ready to receive. Detachment breaks the loop of lack and invites in a frequency of fullness. There is immense spiritual power in the statement, even if it never comes, I am still whole. This is not resignation, it is mastery. It is the moment your spirit declares, I am complete. You stop living from the illusion that something outside of you will finally make you enough. And paradoxically, this is when everything begins to shift. You're no longer vibrating from emptiness, but from embodiment. Wholeness is no longer a destination, it's your default setting. The universe cannot help but respond to that level of inner congruence. Life does not respond to striving, it responds to being. When you release the need to control, to force, to manipulate outcomes, you drop into the natural rhythm of existence. Your spiritual energy stops scattering and starts flowing. You begin to embody calm confidence instead of frantic doing. You don't need to chase because you are already aligned. The more you try to grab the moment, the more it slips. But when you settle into your being, the moment comes to you. This is the silent magic of spiritual detachment. Everything begins to fall into place, not because you forced it, but because you stopped needing to. Are you ready to release the need and embrace your true power? If so, comment below, "I am whole without it," to affirm your commitment to the path of spiritual detachment and awakening. Chapter 4. Allow the void. After surrender, silence arrives. Not the peaceful kind that brings relief, but the kind that feels like an uncomfortable pause, like life has gone quiet and you've been forgotten. You've done everything right. You let go, released control, stopped chasing. But now, nothing seems to move. This is the void, the in-between. It feels empty, but in truth, it is sacred. Carl Jung called this the creative void, a powerful space of invisible reorganization. It's not that nothing is happening. It's that everything is happening beyond your senses. This is where your ego starts to panic. The mind wants noise, motion, proof. It wants certainty. But the soul thrives in stillness. In this gap between your past and your future, your spirit is being rearranged. Your old patterns, attachments, and identifications are being dissolved, not destroyed, but transformed. The void isn't punishment, it's preparation. It's the space where spiritual growth takes root before it becomes visible. Like the moment right before a seed breaks the soil, it's quiet, but it's not still. Most people fail this part of the journey because they can't handle the silence. They think something's gone wrong, when in truth, something sacred is unfolding. The test isn't whether you can act, but whether you can become. Can you feel like abundance even when it hasn't arrived? Can you act like love even before it's returned? Can you sit in the quiet and know that you are still supported, still held, still guided? This is the magnetic shift. When you stop proving and start embodying. When your stillness becomes your frequency becomes your signal, and the universe responds not to your effort, but to your energy. You don't manifest from desperation. You manifest from coherence, from alignment, from becoming the version of you who already lives the life you desire, even if nothing outside has changed yet. Spirituality asks you to trust the invisible, to know that what you see isn't all that exists, to understand that when life goes silent, it's not the end. It's the divine pause before acceleration. It's the rewiring of your nervous system, the upgrade of your emotional code, the quiet construction of a new reality. Your only job is to allow it, to feel the discomfort but not escape it, to resist the urge to force or fix, and instead surrender even deeper. This is not laziness. This is mastery. You become magnetic not by doing more, but by needing less. And that is when everything begins to fall into place, not because you chased it, but because you became it. If this message resonates with your soul, leave a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful spiritual insights like this. Comment below, "I trust the void, my abundance is being built in silence," to affirm your faith in the unseen and step into your magnetic power. Chapter 5. Integrate, don't obsess. Your desires are not random wishes. They are sacred spiritual assignments, tailor-made for your soul's evolution. They appear in your life not to torment you, but to guide you. The issue is never the desire itself, but the attachment you form to it. When longing becomes an obsession, you're no longer in alignment with the flow of life. You've stepped out of trust and into fear. You've moved from receiving to gripping. Attachment is a signal. It shows you where you've begun to outsource your sense of self-worth. When you tell yourself, "I'll feel enough when I have this," you turn a sacred desire into a condition for survival. And that's when your energy begins to repel instead of attract. Obsession is not a sign that you care. It's a symptom of a wound that still whispers, "I am not enough unless." That wound doesn't need more effort. It needs healing. Carl Jung's teaching on individuation reminds us that wholeness comes not from chasing the light, but from integrating both light and shadow. If you ignore your shadow, the insecure, uncertain parts of yourself, they will hijack your desires and twist them into addictions. But when you face them with compassion, your desires become clear again. They return to their original purpose, soul expansion, not self-escape. You don't need to push harder. You need to come home to yourself. The spiritual path is not a hustle. It's a process of remembering that you were never broken to begin with. When you begin to heal your relationship with yourself, you stop needing the world to complete you. And when that need disappears, your frequency shifts. You become coherent. You become magnetic. Not because you're doing more, but because you're aligned. This is the paradox. The moment you no longer need it is the moment you're finally ready to receive it. The universe responds not to begging, not to obsession, but to calm certainty. Not the loud energy of striving, but the quiet power of integration. When your inner world is whole, your outer world begins to reflect it effortlessly. You don't attract what you want, you attract what you are. So the spiritual invitation is not to chase the life you crave, but to embody the version of you who already feels worthy of it. You stop grasping and start radiating. You stop searching and start allowing. And in that space of non-resistance, everything begins to fall into place. This is not magic. This is alignment. This is not luck. This is the natural response of the universe to a soul that remembers its own enoughness. Integration is the portal. Heal, align, and let go. The rest will follow. Have you ever noticed how your deepest desires mirror your inner healing journey? If this message resonates, share your thoughts in the comments. What desire have you been obsessing over, and what is it teaching you? If you're ready to release the grip and integrate instead, comment, "I choose inner peace," so we can walk this spiritual path together. Chapter 6. The ego wants control. The soul wants peace. The ego is always chasing control, whispering that time is running out, that you're falling behind, that life should be happening faster. It clings to timelines, compares your path to others, and convinces you that if you're not constantly achieving, then you're failing. But that frantic voice inside, that's not your soul. That is ego. And ego thrives on fear, scarcity, and pressure. The soul, on the other hand, wants only peace. It moves in stillness. It trusts divine timing, and it never needs to prove anything. When you find yourself overwhelmed, caught in loops of overthinking, pushing harder, or doubting your worth, pause and ask, is this coming from ego or essence? That question is a gateway to clarity. Ego defines your value by external success. It counts what you have, what you've done, and who's watching. But the spiritual path invites you to root your worth in presence, not performance. Your soul doesn't measure, your soul remembers. It remembers your wholeness. It remembers that you are already enough. To reclaim your peace, you must stop tying your self-worth to outcomes. Let go of needing to be validated by the outside world. The more you chase, the more you signal to the universe that what you desire is missing. And in spiritual truth, you don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. That means the moment you embody peace, alignment, and sufficiency, life begins to mirror it back. Reality bends not when you push, but when you surrender. As Carl Jung said, what you resist not only persists, but grows in size. Resistance is the energy of the ego. Acceptance is the posture of the soul. This shift is not passive, it is powerful. Choosing peace over pressure is not about giving up. It's about stepping into trust. It's about saying, I no longer force. I align. And from that place, you begin to see that what truly belongs to you cannot be missed. You stop trying to micromanage your destiny and start allowing it to unfold. You stop sending out the energy of desperation and start embodying the energy of certainty. Nothing moves until your energy does. So when you choose stillness over struggle, simplicity over stress, and alignment over action, you are not doing less, you are becoming more. More spiritual, more grounded, more magnetic. And in that sacred pause, everything begins to shift. Because the universe doesn't respond to force, it responds to frequency. And your highest frequency isn't control, it's trust. Peace is not what you get once everything works out. Peace is what makes everything work out. That's the real power. That's the wisdom your soul already knows. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how to shift from ego control to soul alignment. If this message resonated with you, comment below. I choose peace over pressure. Let's walk this path of inner freedom together. Chapter 7. Shadow work is manifestation. Work. You can't manifest a life of light if you're only willing to love the light within you. The parts of you that you've rejected, your fear, your shame, your anger, aren't mistakes. They are messengers. Jung called this the shadow, the hidden self we push down, hoping no one notices, including ourselves. But true spirituality isn't about pretending to be healed. It's about choosing to meet your pain with presence. When you manifest without acknowledging your shadow, you don't create clarity, you create chaos in disguise. You might attract a relationship, a job, or a situation, but if it's born from trauma, it will reflect that trauma back to you. The universe doesn't respond to your wants. It responds to your frequency. And if your frequency is secretly shaped by fear, that's the blueprint your reality will mirror. Shadow work is not some dark detour away from manifestation. It is the doorway to it. You cannot become whole by rejecting half of yourself. Real manifestation is integration. It's not about wishing harder or scripting more affirmations. It's about accepting all of you. It's about letting your pain speak and realizing that it's not trying to hurt you, it's trying to free you. Every suppressed emotion holds spiritual data. Every wound carries wisdom. And until you're willing to face it, you'll keep trying to manifest from a fractured identity. Wholeness is magnetic. When you stop resisting your emotions and begin to hold space for them, your vibration becomes coherent. Suddenly, your energy field no longer signals, "I'm not enough," or "I have to prove something to deserve this." It begins to signal trust, peace, and grounded power. And that's the signal the universe responds to. Not the desperate trying, but the surrendered allowing. Integration makes your spirit clean. Not clean as in perfect, but clean as in aligned. It says, "I know who I am. I've met my darkness. I've made peace with my past. I no longer chase because I no longer feel separate from what I seek." You don't rise through denial. You rise by becoming radically honest about your emotional landscape and choosing to sit with the discomfort rather than escape it. That's the spiritual path no one glamorizes, but that's where your manifestations shift from illusion into embodiment. When you stop needing your desires to fill a void and instead become the version of yourself who no longer fears the void, everything changes. You stop chasing things to complete you and start attracting experiences that match your inner wholeness. You can say all the right things and still repel the very things you desire if your nervous system is still tuned to scarcity, abandonment, or fear. Because energy speaks louder than words. Healing the shadow is not about fixing yourself. It's about remembering that you were never broken. It's about reclaiming your fragments and realizing they were never meant to be thrown away. They were waiting to be seen. When the shadow is brought to light, your vibration shifts from wounded longing to embodied presence. And that is the most powerful manifestation tool there is. If this message resonates with you, comment, "I agree," to affirm your commitment to healing through integration. If you see it differently, share your thoughts with "I don't think so." Your voice matters in this spiritual journey. Chapter 8. Don't block your own destiny. The greatest block to your destiny isn't the universe, your past, or anyone outside of you. It's you. Self-sabotage is subtle and often invisible. It's not loud, and it rarely looks like destruction. It sounds like self-doubt. It feels like hesitation. It hides behind perfectionism, procrastination, and the constant pressure to do more. It whispers, "I'm not ready," or worse, "I don't deserve this." That's not divine timing holding you back. That's your own energy contradicting your desires. You say you want it, but deep inside, you're signaling the opposite. You chase success, not because you feel called, but because you feel empty. You run toward goals, hoping they'll save you from yourself. You keep moving forward, hoping something outside of you will finally make you feel whole. But here's the spiritual truth. Anything you pursue to escape yourself becomes another form of self-abandonment. Success that is built on avoidance eventually collapses. When your actions are rooted in fear, the outcome will reflect fear. You attract what your soul believes is safe, not what your ego demands. Change isn't born from more effort. You can hustle for years and never change a thing internally. Real transformation begins the moment you stop trying to achieve your way out of pain and instead look within to alchemize it. Your destiny doesn't respond to your willpower. It responds to your alignment. The identity you hold, the silent story you repeat, is the gatekeeper of your manifestation. Until you shift who you believe you are, nothing outside of you will shift either. You are not chasing success. You're becoming the man who no longer needs to chase. When your internal identity matches the life you say you want, the universe doesn't have to be convinced. It simply mirrors. You stop begging life to prove your worth. You stop scripting and strategizing, hoping to manipulate an outcome. Instead, you settle into truth, the spiritual awareness that you are always enough, always worthy, always chosen. From that place, manifestation becomes a byproduct of who you are, not a reward for what you've done. The moment your energy stops resisting what's meant for you, everything begins to fall into place, not because you forced it, but because you finally stop blocking it. You begin to attract not from need, but from wholeness. You stop searching for signs and start being the sign. Destiny doesn't unfold through effort. It unfolds through surrender, through presence, through remembering that the door was never locked. You just needed to stop standing in your own way. That's the spiritual key. Don't become more. Become aligned. If you're still here and this message resonates with you, comment below. I'm ready to align with my true self. Your words help us grow this community and bring more clarity to those on the path of purpose. Thank you for watching this message from Spiritual Wisdom. Sometimes, the most powerful action is no action at all, just presence, surrender, and trust. Let life unfold without resistance, and you may be surprised at how effortlessly things begin to align. If this message spoke to your soul, don't forget to like the video, share it with someone who needs this reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights on living a spiritually aligned life. Stay still, stay present, and let it all fall into place. "13 signs your aura is too powerful for most people to handle." As Carl Jung once said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. But what if your very presence already stirs the world around you? In today's video from Spiritual Wisdom, we explore 13 powerful signs that your aura is too intense for most people to handle, not because there's something wrong with you, but because your energy reveals truths others aren't ready to face. If you've ever been told you're too much, too deep, or simply felt misunderstood for your energy, you're not alone. These signs will help you understand your power, embrace it with confidence, and use it to elevate your life and the lives of those around you. Which of these signs have you experienced most in your journey? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your story. 1. The aura is your energetic signature, rooted in psychology. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, didn't speak of auras in the mystical sense, yet his insights into the unconscious laid the psychological foundation for what many now understand as energy. According to Jung, when the conscious mind and unconscious self come into alignment, the result is a state of deep integrity, a kind of psychic wholeness that radiates outward. What you project isn't just confidence, it's presence, it's coherence, and most importantly, it's power. Your aura is your energetic fingerprint, completely unique, impossible to fake, and felt long before it's ever understood. It's the sum of your thoughts, emotions, wounds, healing, and self-awareness. It is how your inner world vibrates into the outer world. When you're aligned with your truth, when you've done the inner work to become whole, your aura doesn't just glow. It speaks. It communicates silently, but forcefully. And while some people will be drawn to it, like moths to a flame, others will flinch in discomfort, not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your energy exposes what they've hidden from themselves. This is the silent paradox of a powerful aura. You become a living mirror. Your calm highlights their chaos. Your groundedness reveals their anxiety. Your authenticity threatens the masks they've grown comfortable behind. This isn't your fault. This is projection, a dynamic Jung described in great detail. People unconsciously cast their shadows onto others, and when your light is too bright, it becomes unbearable for those still hiding in their darkness. That's why you might notice strange patterns. People avoid eye contact, conversations shifting into awkward tones, friends turning cold for no reason, colleagues keeping their distance without cause, even strangers sensing something in you they can't explain but feel deeply. This has little to do with your behavior and everything to do with your vibration. You hold an energy they haven't yet learned to carry, and the dissonance between their unresolved pain and your inner peace creates discomfort. But here's where the transformation happens. When you stop personalizing the resistance, when you realize that your aura is not a problem to fix, but a proof of the healing you've done. You didn't just wake up with this energy, you earned it. Through the fires of emotional pain, through the valleys of shadow work, through choosing integrity over performance, silence over noise, authenticity over approval. You faced yourself, and that is the rarest kind of power. You no longer need to explain yourself. You no longer shrink to soothe the room. You no longer betray your truth to keep the peace. Why? Because your very presence has become a message. It doesn't ask for validation. It doesn't shout. It simply is. A powerful aura doesn't demand the spotlight. It naturally commands attention, not with noise, but with resonance. Like a tuning fork that quietly aligns everything around it, your energy becomes the unspoken leader, the unintentional catalyst. And this is where many people struggle. They assume being liked means being safe, being small, being digestible. But when your aura is powerful, it's not about being liked. It's about being true. It's about being a reminder of what is possible, of what is real, of what they have not yet dared to become. You become the evidence of depth in a world obsessed with surfaces. You are not intimidating. You are illuminating. You are not difficult. You are different. And those who are ready will recognize you not by what you say, but by how they feel in your presence, challenged, awakened, seen. So the next time someone misreads you, misunderstands you, or resists you without reason, remember, it's not personal. It's energetic. It's a projection. And most importantly, it's a sign that your light is working. Your aura is a sacred frequency. Protect it. Don't shrink it. Don't apologize for it. Live it fully. Because in doing so, you silently give others permission to rise, to heal, to awaken. Let your alignment speak louder than your words ever could. And if you're ready to claim that level of consciousness, comment below. I align my energy as a sacred declaration of your power. 2. A powerful aura exposes others, not just inspires them. Your aura isn't just a mystical glow or some abstract concept. It's the energetic fingerprint of your soul. It's the silent language of your inner truth. And when your energy becomes strong, grounded, and aligned, it doesn't just walk into a room, it shifts the atmosphere. You don't need to speak. Your presence alone can stir emotions in others, not because you've done anything wrong, but because your very existence reflects a level of truth that many people are not yet ready to face. Carl Jung once said, The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that's exactly what happens when your aura grows in power. It's not arrogance, it's alignment. You vibrate on a frequency that disrupts the comfort zones built on illusions and self-denial. And make no mistake, this kind of spiritual wisdom can be deeply uncomfortable for those who are still hiding from themselves. Let me share a quick story to make this real. A woman named Claire had been doing deep healing work for months, meditating, journaling, releasing old traumas. She wasn't trying to be different. She simply was. But soon, friends she'd known for years stopped calling. People at work started gossiping. She felt isolated. What she didn't realize was that her presence had changed. She no longer sought validation, no longer played small, no longer avoided difficult truths. Her aura was now a mirror, and some people couldn't handle what it reflected back. That's what happens when your energy begins to speak louder than your words. You stop needing to explain yourself. You stop needing to convince anyone of your worth. You just are. And in that state of being, your aura becomes both a magnet and a filter. Some will be drawn to your light like moths to a flame. Others will retreat, uncomfortable in your presence, because your clarity exposes their confusion. Jung may not have used the word aura, but his teachings on individuation and the unconscious mind speak to the same truth. We are fields of energy as much as we are minds and bodies. The more honest you become with yourself, the more that energy intensifies. It's not about charm. It's not about charisma. It's about self-awareness. And when you embody that awareness, when you stop performing and start living in full spiritual integrity, your energy becomes a silent act of rebellion against everything false. You're no longer playing the game. You're no longer shrinking to fit into places that dishonor your soul. And that's exactly why some people pull away. They're not rejecting you. They're rejecting the parts of themselves that your presence activates. But don't let that make you question your path. This isn't something to feel guilty about. It's a sign of your growth. You're not just a person anymore, you're a presence. You're not just speaking about energy, you are the energy. You're not trying to impress, you're expressing. That's real spiritual wisdom. And when your aura is this powerful, you stop trying to fix others. You focus on staying whole. You stop over-explaining. You start attracting what matches your frequency. You become a mirror, not always a flattering one, but always a necessary one. Because sometimes the truth doesn't soothe, it reveals. So if you're walking this path, if you feel your energy shifting, your circle thinning, and your truth deepening, know that you're not alone. You are evolving. You are aligning. And your presence is a quiet revolution in a noisy world. If you're ready to own your authentic energy and let your presence speak volumes, comment below. I own my authentic energy. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a drop of spiritual wisdom from our channel. 3. Powerful auras act as mirrors. There's a reason your presence feels intense to some people. It's not because you're loud, flashy, or trying too hard. It's because your aura is powerful. And when your aura radiates authenticity and alignment, it doesn't just brighten a room, it shifts it. As the psychologist Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. When you embody that truth, others can't help but feel it. You see, you don't need to speak to be heard. Your energy speaks first. And often, What it says is uncomfortable, not because you are unkind or judgmental, but because your very existence reflects what others are trying to suppress. Your powerful aura becomes a mirror, bringing up unhealed wounds, hidden insecurities, and silent fears in the people around you. They might misinterpret this as criticism or arrogance, but in reality, it's their own pain rising up in the face of your clarity. When you've done the work, the real inner work of healing, shedding, and evolving your energy becomes unmistakable. It is rooted, it is grounded, and it carries the quiet wisdom of someone who no longer seeks validation from the outside. And this alone, dear soul, can shake people. Because while many are still acting from a place of performance or pretending, you've learned to live from the soul. That contrast is both magnetic and polarizing. Some people are drawn to your light, others retreat from it. But either way, you leave an impression that cannot be ignored. A powerful aura doesn't need noise to be noticed. It draws people in through stillness, through presence. You don't have to try to be someone. You already are. And that being, that essence, communicates more than any words ever could. People who have not yet met their own truth may feel threatened, even if you've done nothing but stand in peace. It's not personal, it's energetic. Energy always precedes words. Here's what's important to understand. You didn't stumble upon this frequency. You earned it. Through heartbreaks, breakdowns, solitude, and deep transformation, you've cultivated a vibration that few are willing to maintain. And because you've made peace with your shadows, you no longer play small to fit in. You don't abandon yourself to keep others comfortable. This is the work of spiritual awakening, and you're walking it. But let's get real. A powerful aura can be lonely. People might fall away. Friends may distance themselves. Family might not understand. But that doesn't mean something is wrong with you. On the contrary, it means your energy is doing what it's meant to do, triggering growth. Your frequency is like a tuning fork. It shakes loose anything not in harmony. And while some will rise with you, others will resist the shift. So if you've ever wondered why you draw strong reactions, admiration, envy, curiosity, or silence, now you know. It's not you they're reacting to. It's what you awaken inside them. That's the law of attraction in action. And that's also the gift of living with spirituality, truth, and integrity. Your aura reminds people of what they've forgotten. That alignment is possible. That self-love is powerful. And that healing is real. There's nothing you need to shrink for. Keep standing in your wholeness. Keep honoring your journey. Let your aura speak louder than your words, and trust that those who are ready will recognize your light. The world doesn't need more masks. It needs more souls like yours. Clear, calm, courageous. If this message speaks to your soul, take a moment to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Here, we honor the power of your presence, explore the truths of energy and manifestation, and support each other in the journey of self-awareness and spiritual growth. And remember, your aura isn't too much. It's exactly what this world needs. 4. Individuation creates a magnetic, disturbing presence. When you integrate your shadow and become whole, what Carl Jung called individuation, you radiate a different kind of presence. It's not loud, flashy, or attention-seeking. It's grounded, real, and intensely magnetic. This kind of energy doesn't demand the spotlight. It is the spotlight. It quietly commands attention without effort because it carries weight, truth, and coherence. But here's what many people don't understand. that very coherence can deeply disturb others. Not because you're doing anything wrong, but because your wholeness contrasts with their fragmentation. You are a mirror, and when people haven't faced themselves, they'll recoil from what you reflect back. Those who still live behind masks, who suppress their wounds and wear personas built for approval, will feel uneasy in your presence. Your authenticity unsettles the performance. Your clarity disturbs the confusion they've grown used to. Your energy feels like a truth bomb going off in a room full of illusions. You might notice people pulling away, making passive remarks, or acting uncomfortable for reasons they can't articulate. Don't mistake this for rejection. It's resistance not to you, but to what you represent, the possibility of wholeness. And wholeness scares people who haven't yet faced their own chaos. This dynamic can play out anywhere in meetings, where your silence says more than small talk ever could, in friendships that start to wither without clear reason, or in family circles, where your presence feels like a challenge to unspoken roles and rules. What's happening isn't personal, it's energetic. You've become a frequency others aren't tuned to yet. And when two energies don't harmonize, the discord is palpable. But you are not here to shrink for harmony. You are here to embody truth, even when it creates tension. Your aura carries the vibration of someone who has walked through their own darkness and emerged with wisdom, not bitterness. And that's powerful. That's rare. That's unsettling. Because most people have been trained to hide their wounds, not heal them. So when they see someone who has alchemized pain into presence, they don't know whether to be inspired or intimidated. Often, it's both. And so, without meaning to, your mere existence becomes a catalyst. You activate people, not with words, but with energy. Some will grow because of you. Others will distance themselves. Let them. Keep walking your path. Not everyone is ready for the storm you carry. And yet, that storm is the very thing that clears the way for yourself and for the world. If you felt the shift within where your authenticity disturbs, not just inspires, then declare it. Comment below, I am whole and my energy speaks truth. 5. You shift the atmosphere instantly. Your aura walks in before your body does. That's not poetry. It's energetic fact. You don't just enter a room, you transform it. Your energy carries a vibration so potent that it either calms the chaos or stirs it up depending entirely on the emotional state of those around you. The shift you create is not subtle. It's immediate, unspoken, and deeply felt. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain." And for many, your energy is that awakening pain brings clarity, or it brings resistance, but it never leaves anything untouched. Have you ever noticed people stop and look at you without knowing why? Or how a conversation changes the moment you arrive? That's not about how you look. It's your aura, your presence, your frequency. People sense something in you that isn't explained by words. You bring truth into rooms built on masks. And truth, my friend, is magnetic, but also unsettling, especially for those who haven't made peace with their own shadows. Here's the thing. You're not trying to challenge anyone. You're not even saying anything most of the time. Yet your very presence becomes a mirror. People feel seen, not just their surface, but their wounds, their fears, their inconsistencies. When you are aligned with yourself, others can't pretend to be aligned with their own dysfunction. That tension, that's your stillness triggering their inner noise. And this extends beyond humans. Animals and children, who have not yet learned to lie to themselves feel you instantly. A dog might come to you in stillness or back away in anxiety. A child might stare at you, entranced, or hide behind their parent's leg because even they can feel your soul's current. They're not reacting to how you look. They're responding to the charge of truth you carry in a world diluted with pretense. Let me tell you a story. A woman named Maya once worked in several offices where strange patterns followed her. People either opened up to her as if she'd known them for years, or they began avoiding her with no obvious reason. At first, she doubted herself. Am I too intense? She wondered. Am I the problem? But over time, Maya discovered the truth. She wasn't the source of the problem. She was the reveal. Her energy wasn't disturbing the peace. It was revealing the inner wars people were fighting silently. She didn't need to change her frequency. She needed to honor it. That's the lesson here for you. You don't shift atmospheres by doing anything. You shift them by being yourself. Your energy field, your aura, is a force of nature. It speaks before your mouth does. It reveals what's hidden, not to shame, but to awaken. And those who are not ready to awaken may resist you. But that doesn't mean you are too much. It means you are exactly what this moment is asking for. Never shrink yourself to make others comfortable in their illusions. Never dim your brilliance to maintain the status quo. If your aura unsettles the room, maybe the room needs to be unsettled. As Carl Jung wisely stated, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. You are a living reminder of that truth. Your authenticity is not a weapon, it's a wake-up call. And in a world lulled to sleep by superficiality, your energy is the alarm. If this message resonates with you, if you've ever walked into a room and felt the weight shift, then you are not alone. You are powerful beyond what you realize, and that power is needed. So let your aura speak. Let your presence disturb, inspire, ignite. Comment below, I shift energy. Your voice amplifies the light. Your truth deepens the awakening. And your presence? It's the catalyst this world has been waiting for. 6. You trigger psychological projection. People with powerful auras don't need to speak loudly to be heard. Their presence alone stirs something deep in others. When your energy is intense, pure, and aligned, it doesn't just light up a space it reflects. It reveals. It exposes. And for many people, that's deeply uncomfortable. This is why you often become the target of projections. You're not the cause of their emotional outbursts, their envy, or their accusations. You're simply the mirror that shows them what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That unconscious material, fear, guilt, jealousy, needs a trigger to rise to the surface. Your aura is that trigger. People feel your authenticity, your clarity, your calm, and instead of being inspired, they feel threatened. Not because you are harmful, but because they've never truly looked at themselves in that way. And in the presence of your light, their shadows feel exposed. In daily life, this can show up in subtle but draining ways. You might be at work, quietly focused, doing your best, and someone suddenly starts acting passive-aggressively toward you. You haven't done anything wrong, but your presence unsettles them. Why? Because they've spent years hiding behind masks, and you just by being real disrupt that comfort. You make them feel things they buried: inadequacy, insecurity, unresolved guilt. Rather than reflect, they react. Even in close relationships, this dynamic can be painful. You may be loving, steady, and emotionally self-aware, yet your partner begins projecting their wounds onto you. They accuse you of things you've never done. They question your loyalty. They try to make you feel guilty for simply being independent. The truth is, they are struggling to meet you at the level of clarity you're vibrating at. And rather than admit their inner chaos, they blame the peace you embody. When you carry strong, high-frequency energy, you don't just inspire transformation, you provoke it. And transformation is uncomfortable. People may call you too sensitive, too distant, too intense. But none of that is true. What's actually happening is that their subconscious is trying to protect them from the truth you bring too close to the surface. You're not meant to dim your light to soothe those still hiding from theirs. You're not here to carry the emotional projections of others. Your job is to stay aligned, to remember that you're not the cause of their discomfort. You're the invitation to growth they weren't ready for. Stay centered. Don't internalize their storms. And don't confuse their fear with your fault. When you walk into a room and people shift, when you speak and others feel exposed, when you love deeply and others push you away, it's not your fault. It's your power. A powerful aura disrupts illusions. It triggers unconscious patterns. And while not everyone will appreciate it, those who are ready to awaken will never forget it. 7. Your energy elicits intense reactions from strangers. When your energy field is strong, it doesn't ask for attention. It demands a reaction. You may notice that strangers either open up to you instantly or become uncomfortable in your presence. This isn't random. It's the invisible impact of your vibration interacting with their subconscious mind. Your aura, which carries the emotional and spiritual resonance of who you truly are, stirs up the emotions others haven't yet dealt with. They don't know why they feel exposed or unsettled around you, but it's because your frequency naturally brings the hidden to light. Many people live behind emotional masks, unaware of how much they've suppressed. Then you walk into the room, calm, authentic, whole, and suddenly their defenses shake. Some are drawn to you, pulled by a deep sense of safety, as if your energy gives them permission to be real. Others, however, may act defensive or cold because your presence reminds them of everything they've buried. Their reaction has little to do with you and everything to do with what your energy reflects back to them. Your vibration acts as a mirror, one that reveals what they're not ready to see. Carl Jung understood this deeply. He wrote, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. Your aura, however, confronts them with their soul without saying a word." That's why you've had random conversations where people confided in you as if they'd known you forever. That's also why some people respond with sudden irritation or judgment. Your spiritual field doesn't just comfort, it awakens. An awakening is rarely a comfortable process. You carry the weight of presence. Not everyone is ready to feel it. Your energy pierces through superficial interactions and reaches something ancient and real in people. For some, that's healing. For others, it's terrifying. And yet, it's not your job to dim your light, to protect others from their own shadows. Your only responsibility is to continue embodying truth, even when truth disturbs the room. This is the burden and the blessing of having a powerful aura. You'll walk through the world awakening reactions that have nothing to do with your words or actions and everything to do with your energy. The more aligned and whole you become, the more you'll trigger what's unaligned and fragmented in others. It's not personal, it's spiritual. The stronger your light, the more it exposes. That's the unspoken impact of powerful energy. It liberates some and rattles others. Either way, it leaves no soul untouched. Comment below. My energy awakens truth. If you've noticed how strangers react deeply to your presence. Your aura isn't random. It's a mirror to the soul. If this resonates, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss more insights like this. 8. You're labeled too intense or misunderstood. People who live on the surface often find emotional depth confusing, even threatening. They may say, "You're too serious, too intense, or too much," when in truth, what they're reacting to is your energetic presence, your inner clarity, your spiritual resonance. You carry emotional and spiritual frequencies that confront the unconscious parts of others. You stir something they've spent years suppressing. You don't just speak from the mind, you speak from the soul. And that makes people feel naked, exposed, and unsure around you. This reaction isn't about your behavior. It's about your essence. Your aura, the energetic field surrounding you, holds your emotional truth. It is shaped by your self-awareness, your healing, your shadow work, and your courage to be real in a world obsessed with appearances. Most people haven't met themselves in silence, haven't sat with their grief, their rage, their longing. So when you walk into the room, radiating authenticity, they feel it, and for many, it's too much. It triggers shame, fear, jealousy, or confusion they don't know how to name. So instead, they blame your intensity. You've been forged by fire spiritually, emotionally, energetically. You've gone through things that shattered you, and instead of hiding the cracks, you let the light pour through them. You carry truth in your voice and purpose in your eyes. And that makes you magnetic, but also polarizing, because your presence invites people to either rise or retreat. Some will be drawn to your energy like a lifeline. Others will resent it because it reminds them of everything they've buried. Your depth disrupts the illusion of normal. In a world that rewards superficiality, distraction, and emotional detachment, your clarity is radical. You listen differently. You love differently. You ask questions that pierce the veil of denial. You see what people try to hide, and you don't play along with the game. And while some people will find healing in your presence, others will call you dramatic, overwhelming, or too deep, simply because you don't give them the option to stay asleep. There is a sacred discomfort you bring, and that is your gift. Your emotional energy isn't chaotic, it's alive. It vibrates with sincerity and purpose. You weren't made to be small. You weren't designed to be tolerated. You were born to activate truth in the people around you, even if that truth makes them flinch. Your aura challenges the masks others wear. It reflects what they're not ready to face. And that reflection can feel like pressure, when in reality, it's an invitation. You've never been too much. You've just been around too many people who settled for too little. They weren't prepared to witness someone who feels so deeply, loves so fiercely, and sees so clearly. But that doesn't mean you need to change. It means you need to remember who you are and stand firmly in that power. Not to prove anything, but to live freely, fully, and awake. If you've ever been called too intense, or misunderstood for simply being deep and authentic. You're not alone. Comment, I resonate with this, if you felt this way, or not my experience, if you see it differently. Your voice matters. Let's talk about it in the comments. 9. You're a magnet for toxic people without boundaries. Toxic or narcissistic people don't just stumble into your life by accident. They are often drawn in by the rare frequency your energy radiates. There is something magnetic about your integrated aura, something steady and whole that they subconsciously crave. These individuals, who haven't done the inner work to heal or evolve, are instinctively attracted to your light, not because they respect it, but because they want to consume it. They see in you what they are unwilling to cultivate within themselves: self-awareness, emotional strength, and spiritual harmony. Your aura acts like a beacon. It doesn't scream for attention, but its authenticity speaks volumes in a world full of facades. That's why people come to you with their problems, their emotional messes, their unresolved traumas. Without realizing it, you become their healer, their counselor, their emotional sponge. But the danger here is subtle. When your boundaries aren't firm, your compassion can quickly turn into self-sacrifice. You give, they take. You listen, they unload. You soothe, they depend. And somewhere in that cycle, your energy begins to fray at the edges. This dynamic is not about blame, it's about awareness. As Carl Jung once said, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own souls. So instead of turning inward, toxic people reach outward to you. They want access to your energy without earning the wisdom that created it. They want the fruit, not the roots. And if you're not mindful, their chaos becomes your confusion. You start to wonder why your presence stirs up intensity in others, why people either cling to you or lash out without provocation. The answer lies in your frequency. Your aura is a mirror, and for many, what they see reflected is the truth they've long avoided. Your stability highlights their instability. Your peace confronts their inner storm. Your light exposes their shadows. And so, without boundaries, you become a magnet for the emotionally unhealed. They don't want to grow. They want to be carried. They don't want to rise. They want to feed. And while empathy is one of your greatest gifts, it must be paired with discernment. Not everyone deserves access to your sacred space. Not everyone is meant to walk beside you. And love without limits is not love, it's depletion. In the real world, this shows up in small but relentless ways. You're the one people vent to, but rarely ask about. You're the friend who gives advice, but has no one to turn to. You're the employee who holds the emotional weight of the team, even if no one says it out loud. And when you begin to set boundaries, you notice who respects your space and who tries to push past it. That's the difference between connection and control. Your powerful aura is not a weakness, it's a responsibility. And just as a flame must be protected from the wind to keep burning, your energy must be guarded from those who only want its warmth, but not its source. True power lies not in being available to everyone, but in being fully present for yourself. To affirm your awareness and energetic boundaries, comment below, "I protect my peace." Your words might be the reminder someone else needs today to stand strong in their light. 10. You naturally repel the superficial. People who are deeply attached to surface-level validation often feel uneasy around you not because you are unkind, but because your energy doesn't play by the same rules. You don't flatter, you don't perform, and you don't conform just to make others comfortable. Your authenticity becomes a silent confrontation. It holds up a mirror, one that reflects the hollowness of pretenses and the fragility of false identities. This is why those who live for appearances or hide behind polished masks either avoid you or try to reduce you by calling you intense, serious, or boring. They may not understand it consciously, but your presence makes them feel seen in a way they aren't ready for. You don't engage in shallow talk for the sake of fitting in, and you don't inflate your personality to gain approval. That alone disorients people who rely on external validation for their sense of self. They might gossip, overcompensate with charm, or constantly seek attention, but none of that moves you. Your stillness, your grounded nature, it unsettles them because it exposes how noisy and disconnected they truly feel inside. They may try to label your depth as a flaw, but it's not. It's a sign of coherence. Carl Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and you are living that truth, whether others can understand it or not." You don't repel people because of negativity. You repel superficiality because your vibration demands truth. You unconsciously remind people of what they've buried: their silence, their unresolved wounds, their forgotten desires for real connection. This is why, even in crowds, you often stand alone. Not because you are lonely, but because your spirit refuses to settle for anything less than real. You may feel isolated at times, but that isolation is sacred. It means your soul is choosing quality over quantity, depth over noise, truth over convenience. You're not here to entertain illusions. You're here to awaken energy. And that awakening will always trigger something in others: admiration in the ready, resistance in the unready. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that your aura is not just a presence, it's a purifier. It moves through spaces and cleanses what is fake, what is performative, what is hollow. You don't have to speak to make a shift happen. Your being already speaks for you. And in a world drowning in distraction, your authenticity is a rare medicine. It's no wonder some people can't handle it. You're not too much. You're just living in alignment, and that is always disruptive to those who aren't. If you've ever been called too real, or felt isolated for simply being yourself, this message is for you. Comment below. I choose truth over appearances. If you're ready to honor your authenticity and walk boldly in your light, let's rise together, one soul, one truth at a time. 11. You energize or drain others based on their vibration. Some people feel energized in your presence, as if their spirits have been gently lifted just by being near you. Others, however, feel uncomfortable, irritated, or even drained, and it has nothing to do with what you say. It's your aura. Your energy field interacts directly with theirs, exposing emotional tension, repressed wounds, or unresolved thoughts. This energetic reaction isn't personal, it's vibrational. When someone is grounded and aligned, they receive your presence like healing sunlight. But when someone is fragmented or hiding behind defense mechanisms, your light becomes a mirror, and they may flinch at their own reflection. Carl Jung's concept of psychic interaction explains this invisible yet powerful exchange. He believed that people constantly project unconscious material onto others, and that deeper personalities like yours tend to attract stronger projections. Your aura doesn't just exist, it communicates. It speaks directly to the unspoken, stirring truth in others, even if they aren't ready to hear it. That's why people sometimes misunderstand you or retreat from your presence. You are not just a person to them. You are a trigger, a spotlight, a spiritual wake-up call. Think of those times when someone told you they felt peaceful around you, as if a weight had lifted, even though you barely spoke. That's not coincidence. It's a testament to your frequency. But also think about when you walked into a room and immediately felt drained. Maybe your body tensed up, your mood shifted, or you sensed hostility without reason. That wasn't just intuition. It was your energetic boundaries being tested. You absorb what's around you more deeply than others, and your body responds before your mind even knows why. In the workplace, your calm confidence may be seen as a threat to those fueled by competition and control. They may act cold, passive-aggressive, or overly critical, not because you're wrong, but because your presence unsettles their masks. Your steadiness makes their inner chaos louder. Your honesty makes their avoidance harder, and your compassion highlights their disconnect. That's why the same aura that uplifts one person might disturb another. You don't change, but their reaction does, based on their level of inner harmony. This dynamic is not something you need to fix. It's something you must understand. When your aura is strong and integrated, it becomes a tuning fork for truth. Those attuned to love, growth, and integrity will resonate with you. Those clinging to illusions, ego, and denial will resist you. Both are reflections, not judgments. Your role is not to dim your energy to be accepted. Your role is to discern, to choose wisely who gets access to your presence and who doesn't. When someone tells you that you're too much, it often means your authenticity demands a level of self-honesty they're not ready for. When someone says they feel calm just being near you, it's because their soul recognizes yours. You are the energetic mirror, the amplifier, the quiet force that reveals what's hidden. And that power is sacred. Protect it. 12. People confide in you unintentionally. People open up to you without warning. They share things they've kept hidden for years, their regrets, wounds, private stories, and suppressed emotions. You don't ask for it, yet they pour it out. This isn't a coincidence. Your aura creates a field of safety, a silent invitation that tells people you're safe here. They feel seen in your presence, not judged. You don't just hear them, you feel them. And in a world where most people are starving for emotional safety, your energy becomes their refuge. Carl Jung once said, "Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darkness of other people." That's exactly what you radiate. People trust you because whether you speak it or not, your energy carries the wisdom of survival. You've walked through your own shadows, and that silent knowing draws others in. Your aura doesn't just glow, it mirrors truth. It tells people it's okay to feel, it's okay to heal. And so, without understanding why, they tell you everything. But what they don't realize is that this gift can become a burden. You're left holding the weight of stories that aren't yours. People leave lighter, while you walk away heavier. It's subtle at first, a little fatigue, a little brain fog, the quiet pressure of being too emotionally full. Then one day, you realize you've become everyone's healer, yet no one knows when you're hurting. That's why energetic boundaries aren't just helpful, they're essential. Being kind doesn't mean being a container for other people's pain. Just because someone opens up doesn't mean you're meant to carry it. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can say is, "I hear you, but I'm not in a space to take this on right now." You're not rejecting them. You're protecting yourself. You must also tend to your energetic hygiene. Cleanse your space. Cleanse your spirit. Whether that's through deep breathing, prayer, journaling, or simply being alone in silence, do whatever reconnects you to your own center. Your aura is your energetic signature, and just like your body, it needs rest, protection, and renewal. Being a space of emotional safety is sacred, but it must be balanced with self-respect. You are not here to absorb everyone's emotional chaos. You are here to guide, to reflect, and to stand in your power. You don't have to dim your light, but you do have to guard the flame. Have people ever opened up to you out of nowhere, as if your presence gave them permission to be real? If you've experienced this, share your story in the comments so others can relate and learn. If not, comment, "I am open to understanding," to begin recognizing the quiet power your energy holds. 13. Your aura is a sacred responsibility, not a trophy. A powerful aura is not a trophy to be polished and shown off. It is the visible evidence of deep inner work, emotional maturity, and spiritual integrity. It means you've walked through fire without losing your softness. You've learned the value of silence, the necessity of solitude, and the sacredness of saying no. Carl Jung emphasized that transformation doesn't come from imagining light, but from making the darkness conscious. Your aura reflects how much of that darkness you've faced, integrated, and transmuted into strength, presence, and stillness. Your energy doesn't just light up a room, it shifts it. People can feel your frequency before you speak. Some are drawn to it like a lighthouse in a storm. Others are unsettled, even repelled, because your very presence confronts what they've buried. You don't need to speak for your aura to speak for you. But this isn't about power or dominance. It's about clarity. And clarity is disruptive to confusion. The clearer you are within yourself, the more sharply you reflect the illusions around you. That's why you feel misunderstood. That's why strangers react strongly to your presence. You're not being judged. You're being felt. This sacred frequency you carry is not for everyone. It's for those ready to remember who they are. Your aura acts as a mirror, one that reflects not only beauty, but also buried pain. Some people project their unhealed wounds onto you. They don't even know why, but being around you makes them feel exposed. This is not your fault. It's your function. You're not here to fix them. You're not here to rescue. You're here to be a living vibration that stirs souls awake. That is the role of a true light bearer. Not to heal on command, but to embody wholeness so fully that healing becomes contagious. Because your aura is so potent, boundaries are not optional. They're sacred. You are the gatekeeper of your energy. Not everyone deserves access. Just like a temple is protected, so too must your energetic field be. That doesn't make you harsh, it makes you wise. Spiritual maturity means recognizing that being available to everyone can dilute your purpose. You weren't meant to be everywhere, for everyone, all the time. Your time, your space, your essence, they are offerings. And offerings are sacred because they're rare, intentional, and aligned. The more integrated you are, the more people will mistake you for being too much, too deep, too quiet, too intense. but that's not your burden to carry. The discomfort they feel is not your responsibility to resolve. It is a reflection of their own fragmentation. You didn't cause it. You revealed it. Let them call it whatever they need to. Your job is not to shrink into something safer. Your job is to remain in your truth. This is what it means to live with a powerful aura. Not to be admired, but to be unshakable. Not to impress, but to embody. Not to shine above, but to awaken within. As we uncover the 13 signs of a powerful aura, let this be more than just insight. Let it be a mirror to your inner strength. Your presence here means you're not afraid of your light. Comment below. My aura speaks before I do, to affirm your power and inspire others on the same path. Let's continue this journey together. Thank you for joining us on this eye-opening journey into the hidden power of your aura. If today's message resonated with you and helped you recognize the strength of your energy, remember you are not alone, and your presence has a purpose. There is so much more to uncover on this path of spiritual awakening and energetic mastery. If you found value in this video, don't forget to like, share it with someone who needs this insight, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss an opportunity to grow deeper and shine brighter. Your energy is a gift. Honor it, protect it, and let it lead you forward.